If you've ever thought that every football game should be played in the snow, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back. Happy Friday. We made it till the end of the week. It's almost mice down, drinks up time. One more session to go. ARCAT up again in the pre-market. Let me know if you've heard that before. Not a whole lot going on out there on the wire post NVIDIA earnings, but we still got some stuff to take a look at. We're going to break it down. We're going to make some money. And of course, we're going to have some fun. Let's go. Good morning, folks. Happy Friday and welcome back to Benzinga's Market Edge Live. It's great to have the crew back bright and early on a Friday. Never a bad thing to start your day off with some white chocolate mocha. Always amazing. Hello, Kayla. Hello, thinking about it. I know you're stoked about ARCAT. I tell you what, this ARCAT stock has been amazing. Amazing for our group. River, Jay Grant, Hugh, There Is No Try, Fairchild, Replay Game Lab. The whole crew is back. Let's go ahead and get started. As you can see by the banner at the bottom, quick whip around the market. SPY down just about 0.25% here. Q's down about 0.32%. The Dow down about 0.25%. Gold up 1.15%, and Bitcoin up 0.5%. The Bitcoin futures this morning /BTC did print over 100,000, 100,005 to be exact on that futures chart. We'll see if we get that on the Coinbase price here today. Good morning, Gary. Great to see you. Let's go ahead and Big B's. All right, we got everybody in here. We got everybody in here. This is going to be a really good day, I have a feeling. And we are one day closer to the Thanksgiving holiday, which if you folks know me, you know that is one of my favorite holidays of all time. All right, let's take a look here at the SPY. Recently, we've really kind of curled off the 20-day moving average, and it looks like we might get some more of the same. We were a little bit weak here in the pre-market today, but we'll see what happens when the buyers actually wake up and get to their terminal. Last couple of days where we've sold off, the buyers have really stepped in and buoyed us. Yesterday was a really good example of that. We sold off, we drifted higher. We started lower in the pre-market, drifted into the green, and then right at the open sold, and we ended up closing higher. So do we do something similar here today? We shall see. I sure do think that as far as some targets here, one of the ones that I'm going to be looking at here today is going to be right up here, about 598 and change. This is going to be the trend line that we have been involved with for a long time, really since the bottom here, October of 2023. We'll see if we can recapture that trend line. We did fill this gap already. We did that yesterday, so that's out of the way here. You can see we've actually had consecutive days of buying volume as opposed to selling volume. So we'll see if we get that again. And if we do, we should resolve higher. We might even be able to test this trend line and then maybe even close above it. If we do, I think that sets us up for a new all-time high test next week. Now, next week, obviously, is Thanksgiving. So there is no market on Thursday, and the market is a half day on Friday. That half day on Friday can sometimes be extremely wild, especially with some of the smaller cap stocks. But I'm thinking Monday and Tuesday, we might see some action. Wednesday, I believe, has some economic reports and some data prints that were due later in the week that they're instead going to do on Wednesday. So maybe Wednesday will be an active day too. But let's see where we go. We need to obviously get through today, and we'll see if traders are willing to put on more risk ahead of the weekend. Just a quick look at some economic events to expect today. We are waiting for the S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing Services PMI that comes at 9:45 Eastern. We'll mention that when that print comes out. We also get the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment number today at 10 a.m. So 9:45 and 10, those are really going to be your only two data prints here today. All right, Chris, on my way to hockey. Chris, have a good game. Hopefully you score, or if you're a defenseman, hopefully you stop the other team from scoring. So enjoy. We'll be here when you get off the ice. Watched hockey game last night. It was good. It was good. Absolutely love hockey. Can't wait to watch some more tonight. Okay, let's dive into some of the top stories here today. First one here is going to be gold set for its biggest weekly jump in 13 months. You want to take a look at the weekly candle here. You can see exactly what's going on. This, of course, came from Bloomberg. Gold's headed for its biggest weekly gain since October last year as the escalation in the Russia-Ukraine conflict boosted its haven appeal. There's also been talk about that with Bitcoin, right? We've seen a huge move here in Bitcoin. I do expect 100,000 to get tested, as we kind of talked about already here today. And there's been a number of Bitcoin bulls that have been trotted out on the CNBC and all of that, and on some of these shows, saying that, hey, you really start needing to look at this as digital gold. And it sure is outperforming here. So it'll be interesting to see how long gold can stay tied to Bitcoin, or how they can kind of trade together. I'll be honest, the move in Bitcoin here has been really, really exciting. It seems to juice other plays that we're able to trade, as opposed to gold, which, it's never really been like the most exciting trade. Bitcoin seems to do something similar and be much more exciting. That's just my own 2 cents on it. Maybe I'm crazy, but sure has been fun. So we'll see where gold trades and where Bitcoin trades here today. Next story here is going to be about Reddit. All right. And you know what? This, to me, we talked about this yesterday in Happy Hour. And the prevailing thought when we came away from that show there is that Reddit is going to be an awesome short at some point. And I totally agree with that. I will say, take that with a grain of salt, because when this thing first IPO'd and started trading up, I said, I think this thing probably belongs in the teens. And here we are at 158. So frankly, I got that one wrong. But at some point, this is going to be a really good short. We do have some news here. Reddit stock drops as shareholder seeks 1.2 billion loan against the stake. All right, so that's what's going on here in Reddit. If we take a look inside, you can see yesterday we absolutely had a monster day. Stock was up, I think, 16%, $21 yesterday. And in the after hours, we got that news that sold off, drifted lower into the close of the after hour, and it's remained fairly stable here in the pre-market. We'll see what ends up happening here with Reddit today. Reddit drops and report holder seeks to sell his $1.2 billion stake, his or her $1.2 billion stake. So Reddit, this one, I'd be curious to know how you folks are going to trade this one. Actually, you know what I might do, folks? We're going to have Anne-Marie on today at 11. Maybe we should ask her about Reddit as a potential regression back to the mean here, and a potential options trade. You take a look here at the daily chart. Look how extended this is. Here's what your weekly chart looks like, and here's what your monthly chart looks like. It's literally vertical. Okay, literally vertical. So we'll see what happens here. The other thing that I want to mention real quick, we talk about it sometimes, but Reddit is actually a pretty good example of one of these. You'll often hear me refer to a floating island pattern as being one of the quote unquote best patterns, or one of the patterns that resolves higher more frequently than some other patterns. And this is effectively what it is. All right. In order to make a floating island, you need the price to push into a new area that the price has never been in. That is when it works the best. You can see this actually, Reddit here popped to a new all-time high. And this candle right here, this candle is the one to watch. When this does pop, you want the price to really kind of come back in towards the bottom of the candle. Now, in this case, we had that at about 105, and the price never really got there. At the low, the price got to 108.5. So if you're going to be a stickler for your rules, perhaps you didn't get filled on this. But the way that this resolved is often what happens when stocks do this, especially stocks that have momentum. So you get this impulse move, you get a corrective move. A lot of the time it comes back to the bottom of the candle, holds that area, and then reverses and trades higher, hopefully breaking out from this high candle. And that's exactly what we got here on Reddit. I actually think we have another one of these setups coming. Yep, Goldman Sachs. If you take a look at this, I know this popped into a new price area as well. You can see this did something very, very similar, right? It traded up for a little bit. It came back in, didn't quite hit the bottom of the candle, and now it sure looks to be resolving higher. This might break out here from the top end of this candle. That value here going to be 598.61. So watch for this pattern. I'll try and call them out when I see them. Missed it on Reddit. Missed it on Goldman Sachs here. Honestly, I've been staying away from some of the financials, but we'll see if 2025 gives us a better environment for trading financials. But anyway, with Reddit here, sorry about the digression there. With Reddit here, we're actually down 7.72%, so we're kind of coming back in. I would like to see if this holds 140. We're currently at 145 and change. So let's see if this holds 140. Maybe we make another run towards the highs, but if we break down, maybe we start coming into some of these other levels. So we shall see on Reddit. The other story that we have here is that the SEC chair, Gary Gensler, is going to step down as the SEC chair on Trump's inauguration day. This makes total sense, and we're likely to see things move differently at the SEC. I know there's been a lot of complaints about the SEC not really doing anything. We'll see if that changes, but that news has been floating out there as well. Not really sure how that plays into any of our individual names. What I think will end up happening is that we'll have additional things that we can kind of play when we figure out who the new chair is going to be and what their plan of action is. So that's kind of what's going on. Then the last news headline we have here today is going to be the one on Gap. And Gap actually reported earnings last night. We're going to go ahead and break those earnings down as well. Gap stock surges as the CEO touts strong start to the holidays. So you can see here on the daily chart, this is where we were kind of trading yesterday or recently. We've kind of been trading sideways. We've been under that 200-day, but this earnings report just absolute blast off. We went through all of those moving averages. We actually took out a lot of this sideways channel here. Sure looks to me if we can really kind of stay bullish here, or just keep some of the buying interest, we might even test this 30.75. Maybe not today, but in the near future here. And if the holiday season continues to perform well for Gap, maybe we do get a test of that 30.75 level. I know that was kind of a wicked candle, so maybe it does find some resistance here at 30, but a 30 test here on Gap, not out of the question. If we take a look at the actual earnings itself here today, Gap beat on the top and the bottom line. Fiscal year 24 revenue growth was up 1.5 to 2%. Gap raises the fiscal year 24 gross margin growth from 200 bips to 220 bips. Raises operating income margin from mid to high 50% to mid to high 60%, and lowers the effective tax rate from 28% to 26.5%. So pretty good report here. And actually, the options were implying a 10.4% move in Gap. And as you can see here, we're currently sitting at 17.4%. So pretty much the opposite of the NVIDIA report. And by the way, Michael Saylor on CNBC right now. So I'm not looking at MicroStrategy. I noticed that Bitcoin is moving a little bit lower here. If any of you guys are watching that, I'd like to get the bullet points from whatever he's saying here. MicroStrategy has been a really good trade for us lately, and we're going to take a look at that here today. So let me know if he's saying anything in there that that needs to be covered or needs to be discussed. As far as Gap goes, again, good report, and options or the move is much higher than the implied move from the options. This is the opposite of NVIDIA. NVIDIA really had that premium suck. So option buyers, whether they were puts or calls, really got slammed. Gap here, it's going to be the opposite. I don't think Anne-Marie had a trade on for this. I certainly did not, but really nice move here from Gap. And this also took out the August highs. And like I said, I think this does want to try and break out from that 30.75 high print, maybe even $30. As of this morning, after this report, we have a lot of price target raises here. It looks like Barclays changed their price target. Telsey Advisory Group, not familiar with them very much. They changed it. JP Morgan and Baird both went up. UBS went up. Bank of America went up. So lots of price target hikes here on Gap. We'll see what that means for this particular stock, and then also how some of these other stocks trade. I'd be curious to know how Lululemon does this holiday season. One of the other things that we've talked about recently in Happy Hour, we've talked a lot about doing some like due diligence on some of these companies. Do they seem to have a lot of sales? Are their sales big, deep discounts like 50, 60, 70%? Or are they a little bit more modest, like 30% for the Black Friday holiday? What does inventory look like in stores if you visit those stores? That's unfortunately something I don't really do. I order most of my stuff online, so I'm very rarely in stores. But if you're looking at Lululemon here, if you're thinking about a potential trade based on what Gap did, Lululemon is actually pretty intriguing. It does look like we've kind of put in a bottom here. We're in a fairly clear uptrend. If you take a look at this, right? Fairly clear uptrend here, and we're actually right beneath the 200-day. Now, what I like the most about this for a potential trade is that we've actually already tested the 200-day once. We're not strong enough to break through it, but on the regressive move here, we really didn't break down, and in fact, we didn't even break the low of the power candle that we had, which is also corresponds to the biggest volume candle that we had. So I have no position in Gap. I don't normally trade Gap, but based on what their earnings were and what their CEO said about a strong start to the holiday season, I would have to imagine that Lululemon might be seeing some of that as well. So one of the things I'd be looking at here for a trade would be a recapture and a hold of the 200-day. If we blast through it, I might wait that out and see if there's a regressive move. But if we close above it once or twice, well, we could probably take that for a swing long here. You can see Lululemon. It's an expensive stock, but boy, it moves and can give you some really good trading activity. So this is kind of what I'm thinking about when I look at the Gap report. I'd be curious to know if any of you have traded either one of these. Okay. That is the earnings for Gap. One of the other stocks that reported earnings here is going to be Intuit. It's going to be ticker INTU. Intuit shares are trading lower after the company reported Q2 financial results. The company issued Q2 adjusted EPS and revenue guidance below analyst estimates. That's generally what's taken these stocks down here. Stocks down 2.76% here in the pre-market. You can see this was really trying to break 700. It's now back down at 660, so we'll see if we can end up getting any type of strength here. It is worth noting that the buyers did buy this back, and we've seen this on some of these stocks that have really kind of moved lower here. Seen the buyers really stepped in and say, So this retraced about 75% of the down move. Let's see if we can get to unchanged or maybe even go green. Interestingly enough, prior to this report, Intuit actually had a fairly strong day yesterday right out of the open. So we'll see here. INTU, this is also not one that I normally trade, but we'll see if this ends up giving us any type of really good setup. It's worth noting here that the 50-day and the 200-day are converging right around 635. So even if we break this 20-day, which is at 654, it's about 14 points away from where we're at. Even if we break that, we should find some support at some of these moving averages. So setting up alongside trade here, your downside risk is fairly well defined already. We'll see what Intuit does here today. Okay, that is Intuit. Next here is going to be Rost. That's going to be Ross Stores, ticker ROST. They also reported earnings here. Ross Stores shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 EPS results. Stock is trading up just shy of 7% here this morning, up about 6.85%. If we take a look in at the report here, it was a mixed report. It beat on EPS, but it missed on sales. Ross Stores sees Q4 EPS 157 to 164 versus the 167 estimate, so a slight cut there for Q4. Comparable same-store sales to increase 2 to 3%, and fiscal year 25 EPS was 610 to 617 versus the 613 estimate. So this quarter, the CEO actually called this quarter disappointing. Looks like they cut guidance for Q4, but maintained for fiscal year 25. So stock is up 7% here despite the disappointing quarter. Looking at 152.75 here. Let's take a look at the chart and see if we can't figure out where the next move might be. 152.75 actually puts us above these moving averages, which is really great. The next level that we really want to take out here, it looks like 156, maybe 155 to 156. That area in here, if we continue to move higher, should provide some resistance, and we're not far from it. So if we're able to take that out and pop above, I'd be looking at this 163.73. Well, let's get you the exact number. 163.60 looks like is that all-time high here on Ross. That is the all-time high, is it not? Yes, it is. So we'd be looking to see if we can break above that. You can see here the candle here today. Pretty good volume already here on ROST. Ross Stores. All right, that does it for the earnings. Like I was saying, folks, it was kind of light out there today. I actually, especially after all of your feedback yesterday, I actually tried to slow it down a little bit here for you today. I've had the same amount of coffee. I'm just as excited, maybe slightly less excited because I don't have a blizzard forming outside like I did yesterday, but really not a whole lot on there. So what that means is we can really kind of extend ticker time today. We can take a look at a lot of the stocks that you folks want to take a look at. There are some movers that I want to take a look at. Generally speaking, we're going to wait for 13 for that. But if there's any stocks that you folks want to take a look at, we can go ahead and do that. I did want to take a quick look at Microstrategy, especially with Michael Saylor being on CNBC right now. Of course, Microstrategy had a massive down day yesterday. I think it was like 100 handles from the pre-market high. Let's see. We were at what? 548 in the pre-market high, and the low was 372. So let's do a little math there. 578 minus what did I just say? 373 minus 373. It's like about a 200-point move. Did I get that right? No, 548. Come on. 548 minus 373 gives us about 175-point range. We talked on Happy Hour yesterday. A lot of our traders, Big B's, I know you and your group were on this one. A lot of people trading this one long and short yesterday. The one thing that I want to mention here, one of the things that I was paying attention to yesterday was how the call activity or how the option activity was for Microstrategy. And I noticed that pretty much all day there was a lot of call buying. In fact, even into these down moves, even in the afternoon when it was rolling back over to retest the lows, still saw call buying. So I know that there are option players in there. I imagine that we're going to see some of that today. I'm really unsurprised to see us up off this 383.40 level. That level, by the way, comes right from the daily chart. It was as clear as day. It was basically the top of the candle on November 13th. Looks like we were kind of using that area as support here today. We're back above 400. We know that this stock moves. So really, we want to see if we can get any type of strategy, buy point, or anything like that here on Microstrategy. I'd be incredibly excited to hear what you folks think about this and how you're going to end up trading this here today. I would love to hear that from the group. I will actually be taking a look at Microstrategy here in the prop. I would be trading shares, not options. So just kind of give you an idea of where we're going here. So that is Microstrategy. I don't really think there was any other news. Did we get anything? No headlines out of that. No headlines out of that interview on CNBC, at least not yet. Maybe some will come, but we'll see. The other thing about this pullback here, folks, not really all that surprising. Look at the move that Microstrategy has had. Just a humongous high velocity move to the upside. And actually, despite this selling off yesterday, Bitcoin kind of did its own thing. It didn't really sell off with this one. This kind of diverged from the price of Bitcoin yesterday. So we'll see what happens here today. Good morning. Stay focused. It's great to see you. Curious to know what you're looking at here today. I was just telling the group, looks a little light out there for a Friday. I'm sure we'll find something, especially on the movers, but capping everybody out there just to see if you have any ideas on what to do here. Keep Smiling said, I took some puts on Microstrategy yesterday and got 500% towards the end of the day, still in some longer term call swings. So this sounds awesome. This actually sounds like you were actively trading this. It sounds like you still have a long position on, but you were able to take advantage of the volatility yesterday by also playing a short term put. I like that in terms of strategy because you have your risk defined on this. So that is pretty awesome as well. A really good job being active in that. Keep smiling, keep it up, and let us know what you're doing here and how you're actually attacking this. Okay. I happen to see Eli's asking here, do you think Snow keep the move? Okay. Let's take a look here at Snow. Stay focused. I'm going to come back to this real quick here, Eli. Stay focused saying, according to Sailor, if the volatility in MicroStrategy concerns you as a trader, you should buy MicroStrategy bonds. Did he say that on CNBC here this morning? Stay focused. I did see he was just giving an interview there. That is consistent with what he said on that PBD podcast that I put the link in the chat here a couple of days ago. That also came from Stay Focused, by the way. Big shout out to you for helping out with some of the resources there, my man. Really appreciate that. So awesome. Okay, so there you go. Michael said, from the horse's mouth. No insult intended there. It's just an old adage. If you don't like the volatility of the stock price, you should buy the bonds. I know this group here is kind of the opposite, right? They definitely like the volatility, looking to capture some of that volatility and make it work for them. I know Big Bees is looking to do that. So really good stuff here. Stay focused. I appreciate that. And I'm sure we'll be looking at MicroStrategy here today throughout the course of the day. Okay, but getting back to Eli's question here on Snowflake. Remember, Snowflake had a monster earnings report yesterday, or the night before, that led into a monster day yesterday. Stock finished up 32.7% yesterday. And what's crazy about that is that we were actually watching the report in happy hour. Still popped, went up like 14.5% and kind of drifted up to about 16%. And then the next day went even further. So real good stuff. Technically on the chart here, a lot of really good work was done, Eli, a lot of really good work. We did pop above these moving averages. We also then in the regular session, we didn't do this initially on the earnings, but when the regular session took the next leg up, we actually cleared out this consolidation area from March of 2024 to May of 2024. This kind of sideways area before we broke down and took another leg lower. Now we've kind of taken that out as well. I would expect maybe some more resistance here at 181. And but we do have this pretty juicy gap starting at 194 that fills all the way up here at 226. So you're asking me, do I think Snow will keep the move? I'm going to borrow one of Tim Melvin's lines and say I'd rather react than predict. But I will say, given what we just saw here, if this stock can contain any more of its momentum, or even better, if this stock can pull back a little bit and reset this high daily RSI figure, that would do really well for setting up for another upside move. So I know you probably don't want to hear about the stock pulling back, but if you have leaps, you have plenty of time for this to materialize. So honestly, I know we just talked about a floating island formation on Reddit, and I also showed you Goldman Sachs. This similar type of thing. Now, the only difference here with this candle is that we didn't pop into new all-time highs. This is actually still a previous price that this stock has seen before. Now, that changes the calculus a little bit, but frankly, we can still look for the same type of price movement. If the stock here trades up or even trades down here today and comes back anywhere near the bottom end of this candle, let's call it 161, and holds that area, I think that is really good for setting up for the next upside move. So again, even if we pull back today, which would be completely normal after having a plus 32.7% day yesterday, if we pull back a little bit here today and we don't break down and we're able to hold some of these levels, I think that really bodes well for another long side trade. If that happens, Eli, then I would feel pretty good about predicting here. And I would say, yes, I would imagine this would continue to stay on the move. Looking at this daily chart, it sure does look like the bottom was kind of put in here at about 107. So let's see if we can continue this move to the upside. The only thing that's really got me worried right now is the super high RSI. Okay. Let me know if that answers your question. And let me know if you have anything else to cover there. Snow definitely looks fun. That's true in many different ways. In fact, the snow yesterday, as soon as we got off here, I went out there and did 3 miles in the snow. Didn't run as much as I normally do because I didn't want to expose myself to the risk of slipping. But I'll tell you what, man, the snowfall and the crisp air, something else. Don't know if I could live without snow. All right. You also want to take, there is no try. You want to take a look at Rocket Lab. Let me add that to the list here as well. So we just took a look at MicroStrategy. We did snow here from the chat. There was another one that I wanted to bring your attention to. It's a stock that we've never really traded before, at least not that I can remember. It's ticker REPL. This is Replimune Group. And there is catalyst here. We're going to talk about this with some of the movers. But Replimune Group here. Replimune Group shares are trading higher after the company on Thursday announced it received a breakthrough therapy designation for its RP1 and will submit an RP1 biologics license application to the FDA under an accelerated approval pathway. So we're getting some news here about FDA approval on an accelerated basis. You can see this stock was about $11 yesterday. We popped as high as 14 here today. This one likely going to be in play here today. A quick look around the horn. It does have about 15% of its float shorted and almost 18 days to cover. Definitely some squeeze potential here if this continues to move. So definitely add REPL to your watch list here today. I definitely want to watch how this trades out of the open. I don't necessarily have a feel for this stock at all yet, so I don't want to take any type of trade right out of the opening print without seeing how it trades first. Another thing to keep in mind here, recently there's actually been 2 insider sells. They haven't been huge. It's about a 6% change in both of these people's ownership. So it's not huge, but they were recent. They both came on November 20th. The chief medical officer and the chief commercial officer out here selling shares on the open market. The last time that they were sells, it looks like it was in the summer, so I wouldn't put too much stock into that. See what I did there? But I would here for these 2 recent ones. So let's see how this trades out of the open. Got a pretty good PR, got a pretty good piece of news here today. This might get juiced. This is a little bit higher than some of the float for some of the other movers that we trade, but this is a real company. And it actually has some analyst coverage too. In fact, let's take a look at that analyst coverage and see what they say about price targets. Looks like they have price targets at 17. H.C. Wainwright, J.P. Morgan, Roth MKM, Barclays, all at $17. Stock's currently down here just beneath $13. So definitely some room there with the analysts as well. And session volume here, less than impressive. Let's see if we get any type of volume. Let's see if we get any type of volume here today when the market opens. Anthony's saying it looks so familiar. I think we traded this before. I'll tell you this, Anthony, based on the volume numbers that I'm seeing here, I would not have. Unless this volume really kind of picked up. I mean, there's really just not a whole lot of volume in here. Again, I want to see what the opening print brings. I don't want to judge a book by its cover. Let's see what happens when we actually open up here. SMCI, you want to add to the, we can do that as well. Actually, we can just go to that now if you want. Well, we're also going to take a look at Archer because that had a monster day yesterday. Let's take a look here. Oh, SMCI, you're right, Mark. This is ramping here into the open. I guess we still have an hour until we open. So it's ramping here in the pre-market. Was there any fresh news on this? No, it looks like we just have news from yesterday, or just have some activity from yesterday. I know this was moving yesterday on submitting a compliance plan to NASDAQ. It looks like this is just kind of trading on momentum here today. Let's see. Yeah, volume doesn't look crazy. Let's take a look at the daily chart here and see what type of action we're at. So, okay, we're taking out the 20 here. Awesome. Taking out the 20-day moving average here. The next spot for me to look at is definitely going to be this 38.50, right? I do think that there's some room up here. Does 38.50. I guess if we zoom in here, if you want to really get technical, we got a gap that fills here at what, 32.20. So maybe that gap fill first. We're pretty much almost there, but this the beginning of this bigger gap also coincides with the 50-day moving average right around $38. That level, if SMCI continues here today, that level is going to be important quick look at the RSI shows us we're right in the middle of the RSI band, so not even close to oversold or overbought territory. This should have some room to go here. Okay. That's SMCI. I don't really, let me know if you guys see any other news on this. I didn't see anything here. And actually, there was a lot. I did notice there's an news post here from yesterday about options. We did see a lot of option flow in SMCI yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see if that holds here today. SMCX is also moving. That's going to be one of those ETFs, right? Yeah, this is the levered ETF for SMCI. Get a little bit more juice on this one. And that's also, I know several of you were trading the one for MicroStrategy, right? MSTX was this. This is the long one. And then MSTZ is the short one. Yeah, inverse. So here is this MSTZ. Big shout out to one of our happy hour members who had a monster day with this one yesterday. This thing moved from 60 cents right at the open to above $1.10 before closing at $1.07. I know that this is effectively a penny ETF, but man, oh man, it moved 30+% yesterday and was super, super liquid. So a lot of opportunity here for trading some of these ETFs. This one probably a little bit easier to trade than MicroStrategy itself. Okay, let's keep whipping around here. Let's see, did I miss anything? Rocket Lab. Oh, 3D. You wanted to take a look at Datadog. Let's do that. That's going to be ticker DDOG. Let's see what's going on here with Datadog. Up 2.6%. 2.66% here. Easy for me to say in the pre-market. Looks like we did get another upgrade here. BTIG, which had the huge upgrade yesterday on MicroStrategy, looks like they went from 149 to 171 on Datadog here, ticker DDOG. Looks like that we also have the director selling. Let's take a look at that here real quick. Yes. So we've actually had multiple insider sells at this level this month. First one here was on November 30th. Actually, there was one here in October as well. So, and September. So September, October, and November has some recent insider selling. COO, director, the president, the CTO, it looks like, CEO, although that was options, it looks like. Options here for the CEO. Options for the CEO. So some insider selling here on Datadog 3D. Let's take a look at where this is on the chart. Interesting. So we really kind of popped out of this. I want to call this like this little sideways range. I keep thinking about this in terms of rectangles, like how Anne-Marie does her technical analysis. She's really kind of got me on that. So it looks like we took out pretty much this entire range that it's been in this year, and we moved higher. So I guess that kind of explains some of the insider sells. I wonder how much juice this has to continue to move higher with those sells out of the way. It's had a pretty big day yesterday, and it is trading higher here in the pre-market, so maybe we do go higher here. Next level, we have to really kind of look back to figure that one out here. Maybe 151 and maybe 159. But also take a look and see. Let's see if we can, maybe we can do a Fibonacci trend-based extension and see if that gives us anything. We'll go from this, triple bottom down here up to this high and then back to this regression line. And let's see how these levels then line up with some of the price levels we just took a look at. 145, that's the one that we're currently at right now. That's actually your golden ratio. Keep an eye on that level. I got this at 145 and change. Kind of eyeballed this drawing though. So, maybe let's call that 145 to 146. Next level above here would be 158 and change. Oh, that lines up real nice with this price level. And then above that, the big one here, if we get rolling 174.5, that actually lines up fairly decently up here too. I'm going to go ahead and leave this drawing on here. This actually might give us some levels here on Datadog 3D. I appreciate you bringing this one up. I feel like we don't look at Datadog very often. But maybe we can come up with something here. Also, we did pop in this candle here. Let's see if we back test any of these ranges. This is an interesting one. Good stuff here. Jay Harris, did you hear about what happened to the snowman when the sun came out in Michigan? He had a complete meltdown. I'm here for the dad jokes all day long. I'm definitely looking forward to laughing here on a Friday, so appreciate that. Tom V, hats off to Anne Marie once again with her special powers. She called DE perfectly once again. Look, folks, now you guys are starting to see like what the actual hack is here with Benzinga Pro. Like we bring Anne Marie on for this show twice a week. She does a fantastic job, but please keep in mind that Anne Marie is doing this every single day inside the Benzinga Pro platform. She literally comes with your subscription to Benzinga Pro. So Tom, the fact that you're realizing all of these really excellent trades, that's awesome. And you can really use that. They're designed to be lower risk. So you can use this to kind of offset some of the cost of your other tools. She does it all of the time, and she has just an unbelievable win rate. In fact, we're probably going to end up talking about this here today. The DE calls, just to kind of give you some stats on that butterfly. I actually have her screenshot here. She bought the butterfly here at 60 cents. And yesterday, this butterfly was at 245. Okay, so I mean that's huge. That's huge. Let me do some really quick napkin math here. That is a 308% gain, 60 to 245. If you hit buy to peak there, 308% on an option, on a multi-leg option trade that has your risk really kind of well defined. So she's amazing. She's absolutely amazing. This is why we bring her on. And now kind of looking at Deere, by the way, we are not far away from a potential breakout of this triple top. I'm going to call it 450 because it's the round number, Tom. But honestly, this is probably 449 and change in here. Does look a little janky. This first test up here did not quite get to 450, but 450 here, this is definitely a spot. We're only $13 away from that on Deere here, so let's keep an eye on this one. We are a little extended from the 200-day moving average, so maybe it takes 1, 2, or 3 attempts, or excuse me, 2, 3 or more attempts to actually get through this triple top. Really good stuff, and congrats to everyone that followed Anne Marie into this. This was a really, really good trade. That was several, right, this week, Tom? Several. Yeah, that's how I found it in her chat room. She is amazing. Indeed, she is. Again, stay tuned because we're going to be bringing her on here today. All right. Really, really good stuff there. And Deere actually looking like this is testing a breakout to the highs. All right. So we're going to take a look at ARCAT now, the favorite stock of the group. This thing was even higher today in the pre-market. Looks like this thing printed above 850. A target was the other one. Thank you. And you're welcome, 3D. No problem at all. ARCAT here. This is one of the popular small stocks in this group. To me, this is now becoming just an absolute, just a winner here. Just an absolute winner. It seems like a lot of folks are trading this one. It's been good for day trading, frankly, if you just kind of want to scalp it. And boy, oh boy, has it been good for a swing long. Look at this chart. Look at this 15-minute chart. I mean, we were $3 at the beginning of this month. We're not even at Thanksgiving. The stock's $8.20 here. So we actually might have a triple here in under a month. That would be really, really awesome. Really excited for our group here. I keep shouting out Carmen, long from 55, looking for $100. I mean, what a trade that would be. Just an absolute monster. So ARCAT, I don't think there was any news on this today. No, nothing new here. Just clearly trading on momentum, up another 12.3% here in the pre-market. We'll see if this gives us some day trading opportunities. Maybe even a break above this 820 area here sends us towards the 855 high. Was that 855 or 854? Let's take a look at that candle there. 855. Perfect. So that is going to be your pre-market high. We'll see if that gets tested here today. Thinking about it, my cost basis is 308. Really, really well done here. Really, really well done. Pretty much across the board on ARCAT here. Love shouting it out. This might be Palantir 2.0 for our group here. Seems like everybody made money off of this. You just love to see that here. All right, producer, thank you for this. Let's go ahead and cover this here real quick. Man, we still got plenty of time. That is awesome. We are going to cover every stock that you folks want to take a look at today. That much I can promise you. But another earnings from yesterday to report here is going to be ESTC. This is Elastic. Let's see what we got here. Wow, stock's up 24.3% here today, 117. Oh my, look at the move that this thing is doing. This thing takes out all of those moving averages, including the 200, pops right to this former, looks like kind of a janky head and shoulders. Looks like a left shoulder, head, right shoulder. We did end up going lower here, reclaiming the 5. This looking pretty good here. I'm not sure. This is not a stock that I follow here very often. Anyway, EPS 59 cents beats the 38-cent estimate. Nice beat there. Sales 365 million beats the 355 million estimate. It's all right beat there. Elastic shares trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q2 financial results. And then also the guidance. That's what seemed to do it here. Then this morning, we're getting a whole lot of re-ratings as well. Looks like analysts are reacting to that. And it's not just the small houses. It's Jefferies, Bank of America, Guggenheim, Baird. Oh, man, Baird actually upgraded it, too, to an outperform, as well as raising the price target. Stifel, Wells Fargo, Oppenheimer, RBC Capital, all of the big houses adjusting their price targets north here on ESTC. So what does this company do again? Elastic is a software company based in Mountain View, California. I know what this is now. Focusing on search adjacent products. Its search engine allows it to process both structured and unstructured data while gleaning insights from that data. Interesting. I wonder how this is going to fare with the proliferation of large language models and stuff like GPT and all of that. In any case, really good earnings print here. Huge pop, up 24%. I wonder if we continue to take another leg up from here. And how are the options on ESTC? Let's take a look here. These option chains, the December contract, it's got some in there, but not a whole lot. These options it's not the most active stock here, but you should be able to trade this with options here. So really good stuff. And we also filled that gap there on that pop as well. Okay. Awesome. There is no try. Thanks for being a member. We're happy to have you here every single day. Absolutely love it. You folks are great. Tom, hey, thanks to you and Benzinga Pro for bringing people like Anne-Marie to the channel. As we've said from the beginning, the entire goal of these shows here at Benzinga is to bring you more value. We're going to keep trying to do that, whether it's trade ideas, technical analysis, news reports, breakdown of news reports, communal discussions, or just simply jokes and sports talk. We are going to try to bring you as much value as possible so that you can enjoy your trading days. Okay. Keep smiling. I love these every morning. Thank you for doing this every day. That promise I will make to you. I will continue to try to do that. In fact, just a quick look ahead. In accordance with what I normally do, I take vacation time between Christmas and New Year's every year. Spend time with family and friends. So looking ahead in the calendar here to the end of December, that would be the Thursday, Friday, and then the week that New Year's falls on Wednesday. So I did take vacation time, but I've got some good news for you. I'm still going to do the show because I'm not traveling. I'm going to be at home. And frankly, my friends and family are not ready to hang out and enjoy the holidays at 7 o'clock in the morning. So I can do both. So there will be no interruption to the programming other than the holidays themselves. It'll be a full holiday schedule. So even if the volume is low, even if there's not a whole lot going on, we're going to do everything we can to try and dig out the news stories for you and finding all of the trading setups possible. Sometimes around these holidays, you can get some really wild moves that might make your entire year. So important to stay vigilant, and we will be here for that. Okay, let's take a look here at Archer, right? ACHR. I definitely want to get 13's opinion on Archer. Let me make sure he's got the link here real quick, just in case. I kind of sucks. I forgot to do this yesterday, so we'll give it to him here today. Make sure that he's got it so I don't have to get so I don't get distracted from it. Anyway, Archer, ticker ACHR, our entire group has been on these eVTOLs for a while. I've been holding a little bit of these Archer shares for some time. Actually, I think my first buy was at $6, which is where we're at right now. I've been adding to this as we've gone down, so I've lowered my cost basis, and now it looks like we're right back up here. So a couple of monster days in a row here for Archer, and we're seeing Archer trade higher here, 3.6% here in the pre-market. And I think that was on, this has been on pretty decent volume. So in the pre-market here, we're above yesterday's intraday high. We're looking like we're testing a 6 breakout here today on Archer. I'm happy with that. Giddy up on that. We were talking about this 520 level yesterday. We took that out with no trouble. This thing just went on an absolute rager, closing up 14.2%. Yesterday. Jane, thanks for wanting to hang with us during the holidays, Ryan. Look, you guys are part of the fam. The Benzinga fam is also part of the fam. You guys are fun every single day. I always leave this show smiling. So happy to do that. Happy to spend the holidays with you folks. All right. Before we change away from Archer, let's go ahead and bring on 13 and get his opinion on Archer. 13, happy Friday, my man. How are you doing here today? I love the fact that we're showing up for hoodie trading today. Oh, dude, he one-ups me. Benzinga Pro hoodie, and then that was so money. You didn't even say anything. You just stood up and let the sweater do the talking itself. Absolutely money. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, it's a little cold here, so I think we're getting some of that weather we had up in Cleveland last night.
Oh,
you see that game?
Opener, yes, I did. And let me tell you, so yesterday was amazing. Not only did we have a football game, I had a Blackhawks game, then we had the Capital won the match with the celebrity golfers and athletes. That was fun. Yesterday was a good night. My opener for this morning was, if you think every football game should be played in the snow, it's just snow games or something else, man. Snow games or something else. It was fun to watch.
Nothing like watching those field goals get kicked and then trying to figure out where the ball is. That was great.
Couldn't even see it. Had to rely on the referees to tell me if it was good or not.
Snowflakes as big as my hand.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. All right, 13. We actually did not have a whole lot of stuff out there. The group, of course, they knocked it out of the park here. We've been doing ticker time for a little bit here. The last ticker we've been taking a look at here was Archer. Now, I know you and I have been discussing Archer quite a bit recently, as well as here with the group. What did you make of this monster move yesterday? I know you were calling the levels out earlier, but boy, oh boy, after we got off the show, this thing just kept moving north and then closed near the highs.
Yeah, 520 was the big level for me for the price in this stock to get over. So now that we're here, where do we go next? One thing that I do want to see with this is that 520 becomes a robust support level. Now that we've made our way up here finally and taken, recaptured it, since we didn't get that opportunity in July. Now I want to see it stay up here. So 520B support, and we're running into some consolidation between $6 and basically $6 and $7. There's a whole dollar's worth of consolidation here back from August and September of 2023 and November and December of 2023 that we have to chew through. So once we get through those, through that consolidation, we should see some better movement. But also keep in mind, this is very extended too. So that's why the 520 is going to be important, because when we do cool off, which I expect we'll probably see some of that today, we're going to end up coming back down to 520, and that's where I want to see support. So cooling off the RSI, 520 support. Once we see that, we can have the discussion about where we're going next.
Okay, let's see how the opening print is, because so far here, 13 in the pre-market, Archer's telling us it wants to go higher here today. Now, to your point, let's see if we push out of the open and then maybe reverse and then find some support at some of those levels you gave. So really good stuff here on Archer. Encouraged to see it trading higher here today. Now that you're here, we can go through the movers list. I don't know if you've prepared for them. I do have a couple on the list here.
Yeah. I got some.
You got some? Okay.
I got some. I'm probably the same ones you do.
Yeah, you probably do, because we use the same tool. Shout out Benzinga Pro, which has already got a shout out from a hoodie here today. Pretty awesome. Yep. All right. First one that I have here on the list is going to be WCT. All right. WCT. The stock is up 64.8% here today. This actually really sold off yesterday. The range here yesterday is pretty incredible. $3.18 to $1 on the move down. Today in the pre-market on much, much higher volume than even the regular session yesterday, we've retraced some of that move here. We've done a good job holding on to two so far, but what's going on here? Do we even know what's going on? I didn't even really see news as to why this was selling off.
Yeah, I don't think the sell-off at this stage for me is all that important. I think with this one and the next one we'll talk about, they're both kind of doing the same thing, which is they've both had huge sell-offs that resulted in a large amount of volume yesterday for both of these.
Yep.
And that also resulted in a low RSI. So what I think we're seeing here, at least with WTC, is we're seeing a low RSI bounce with relative volume. So I think you're seeing the relative volume movement coming into play here. Low RSI from that sell-off causing a bounce. Not to mention, we also have an 18.3% of the float shorted, which the float's very small, so it doesn't really matter. It's going to cover in a day. But that float is 3.46 million, and this company does need cash. This company and the other one we'll talk about, these are junk, folks. They're just junk companies that are moving, and we're going to capture that movement, and then we're going to be done. We're not going to get to know these companies at all.
Okay. Very well said there, 13. Very, very well said. All right, let's move to the next one here. I think this is also going to be one of those junk companies.
That's
this is
one.
Yeah, this is SKK. Now, this one here, this was a recent China IPO, wasn't this?
I think so.
This is probably a box job on top of that. So, all right, what's going on with this one here? Looks like yesterday was insane, right? This thing traded up to a high of about 11.48 and a low of something cents. Let me see if I can zoom in there and find that actual low.
The hunt begins.
Yeah,
this is where Oak Island watching comes into play here. You're going to find that bottom.
That's way more fun. I mean, it's got to be way more fun here. Let's try and adjust some of these scales too. See if we can really. I got you.
While you're looking for that, I can give you some of the things that I was looking at. So, of course, the volume on this 4.7 million shares in the float. Companies like WTC also needs cash, and just like the WCT, they have a low RSI, and because of that big sell, as a result of that big sell-off, and also this is moving on relative volume. So, I think both WCT and SKK are pretty much doing the same things for the same reasons.
Okay, this low print was 77 cents, by the way. So we're almost a full dollar above that. In fact, we were a full dollar above that earlier here this morning. So I think I'm with you on this one. Just be careful and trade the technicals on this. I don't really think there's a story here of any type of significance.
No, do not hold these. We're trading these. These are vehicles, and after you're done, riding in a vehicle, what do? You get out.
Well said. Well said. Be sure to not stay in the vehicle, especially if it's careening over a cliff. That would be no good. All right, really good stuff there. SKK. So WCT and SKK, two junky, really small price names, likely to be on deck here today. Mind your technicals on those. Next here is going to be JTAI, and I did see that there were a number of people talking about JTAI. Crimp Biscuit, we gotcha. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Jet AI shares trading higher after the company announced a fleet purchase agreement with Textron Aviation to purchase 3 Cessna Citation CJ3 Gen 2 aircraft. Okay, so they announced a fleet purchase of 3 aircraft.
Dang.
Stocks popping 46% here. Actually, this pre-market formation looks pretty good. Big impulse move on volume, regression back to the mean. Volume kind of stuck around. We're kind of curling back to the top. The action here looks good, but what do you make of this? What do you make of this news story and the possible trade here today?
Don't have any figures attached to what 3 aircraft are going to cost, but according to this press release, it is due to be delivered. They're scheduled for delivery in Q2, 3, and 4 of 2026. So that is a ways away. So yes, the news is good, but it's going to be a long ways away before they, they might even see some of that income, from the contract. As far as the float goes, we have 731,500 shares, so very easy to push around. I don't think the short interest is off. So I don't know that there's really any squeezing happening here. I think you're mostly just seeing this from the low float. And its ability to be pushed around easily. As far as the financials go, company is burning several million a quarter, and they do need to raise cash. So this could be another instance of a company having great news. It runs up, and then they do an offering into that movement. So also be careful with JTAI. They need money.
Yeah, a white chocolate mocha here. Those are little airplanes. What do they hold? 8 people? Maybe not even that. It might even be like 6 or something, including the pilots. You're absolutely right. Those Cessnas are pretty small airplanes. Nonetheless, here the activity in JTAI looking pretty good. Like I said, so maybe there is just kind of a technical trade, but I'm with you 100% there. This is not one that you marry and take home with you for sure. For sure. Izzy, real quick, good morning. Thanks for joining us here. We actually just took a look at Archer. We appreciate the very poignant question here. Archer, wait for pullback. What is the entry? 13, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure you just gave 520 as that level that you want to see it hold as good support. Unsure if we actually get down there, but this is probably the most important level. Did I get that right?
Yeah, 520 is what I want to see the price come back down to. We are extended here on the daily chart for ACHR. I like the company. I want to see it go higher, but I don't want to see it absolutely go parabolic and then hurt everybody. So let's get a pullback in this thing. Let's cool that RSI off. I'm looking for 520 as a support level to get that price action. So
okay, and full disclosure here, I'm actually in some Archer shares. Like I told you, I took a very small starter up around $6 a while ago, and as the stock got pummeled, I actually added a little bit to that. So I actually might flip out of this, especially if it looks like it's getting heavy, because I'd love to be able to just book some of those gains now that I have a gain in it, let it come back in, and then reload some of it when it does come back in. So that's kind of my plan here for Archer. I'll let you know what I end up doing.
Great mention by RP Trades here. I didn't catch this because I didn't really cover JTAI, but great mention that they had a reverse split on the 12th. That was a 1 for 225.
1 for 200.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you get 1 for giving them 225 of your shares. That's a huge reverse split.
That is really big. That is really, really big. Okay.
But that's why we have that float.
Yep. All right. Keep moving through some of the movers here. LifeW, LIFW is another one. This one we have traded before. This has been a really good trader for us. You can see on the way up here, 3 impulse moves. The last one being the culmination of the high volume. We seem to be on the backside of that move. I've got the VWAP here at 218, current price at 187. This should be a support level where we're at right now, down to 180. So if we can hold that here, maybe we can curl and move back towards that VWAP. That's kind of what I see here on LifeW. Was there a catalyst on this? Let me check.
Yeah, they had news yesterday, and I think it's just continuing to run on that today.
Okay.
The 2 million pharmaceutical litigation
2 million pharmaceutical settlement. Yep, I think you're absolutely right.
Which they need because the company does need cash. Tell me if you heard that before. And also, they've also did a reverse split recently earlier this month as well. That was a 1 for 25, and that results in a float of just over 1 million. So 1.076 million shares in the float now.
Okay.
Well, it's an ex-girlfriend. We're gonna trade this thing, and it's gonna give us some opportunities.
Yep. Now we already covered Gap here. This is going to be the next one on the movers list. I covered this from earnings just really quickly, just to kind of go back here. The Gap CEO, first of all, stock's up 19%. Okay, that's important because the options were implying a 10.4% move, so pretty much doubled that. The CEO touts a really strong start to the holidays. One of the other things that I did here, 13, is I kind of related this to a potential Lululemon trade, as Lululemon looks like it's about to recapture its 200-day. But that's what's going on with Gap here. I really don't think we need to go much into this or need to go back into this unless anyone's interested in trading it. We'll see what it does here when the market opens. Yeah, go ahead.
I would just say if you're going to be watching Gap, also keep an eye on ROST. That's Ross Stores. They also reported yesterday, and they had an earnings beat, but their stock is a little bit more expensive, I think, than Gap's. But just keep an eye on this one for some relationship movement between Gap and Rost.
Yeah, we covered Ross Stores earlier as well for the earnings here. The key takeaways from this report is that it was a mixed report. They beat on EPS, they missed on sales. The CEO called the quarter disappointing, and it looks like the Q4 guide was a little bit under the estimate, but the full year guide was within range. And actually, the top end of the range was higher than the 613 estimate. So pretty good there. Stock is up 730 here. 730 for heaven's sakes, 7.3% in the pre-market here. And I believe on this one we did here. Let me go back to the bigger chart tool on Ross, because I believe that the move here that this pop made was also a pretty good one. Yep, this took us above all of these moving averages here. So 153, and this is actually a former area of resistance on Ross. So, okay. Good stuff there. Let's get back to some of these headlines here. Jonathan Cooper, I'll bring this up. Is this new since we covered MicroStrategy earlier? I know he was just on CNBC, so it's quite possible here. MicroStrategy headline, no, this is 28th of, oh, okay, I see what you're doing here. So back on March 28th of this year, Kerrisdale Capital is short MicroStrategy stock. Yikes, hope they're okay.
Oh, no.
Long Bitcoin, so at least they're hedged in that way. Quote, things have gotten carried away, end quote. Well, your short got carried away, and you might have gotten carried out on a stretcher, so we'll see how that goes.
Is that company in business anymore?
Kerrisdale, yeah, they're still around. They're still. They actually do pretty decent work on the short report. It looks like they might have just missed on this one. The headline yesterday: Citron Research reveals short position on MicroStrategy stock as a hedge against the bullish Bitcoin bet. Quote: completely detached from Bitcoin fundamentals. End quote. Look, we'll see. Look, I'm not gonna. Andrew Left has got some SEC issues. They're not normally very public with their short positions. They are now. Maybe there's something else going on here. We all know at this point that MicroStrategy, how volatile it is. We've covered that ad nauseum here. But like I said, I wouldn't be shorted. That's what I'll say. I wouldn't be shorted. We'll let them figure that out.
Grouch of Wall Street, I wouldn't really look at MSTR as an ETF at all, because they've got a whole bunch of costs that ETFs don't have. So they're going to be much different. But having a potential to be a Bitcoin bank or an investment bank, that's an interesting proposition. I think that's what a lot of folks have been talking about with MSTR, as if banks are ever decide that you're going to start holding Bitcoin, or they may have regulation that it requires them to hold Bitcoin. MSTR is going to have a lot to be able to hand out to those banks for a really good premium. So I think that's what you're looking at. But as far as an ETF, no.
I don't know if MSTR would want to sell that.
Well, I mean, they also mine too.
Yeah, I'm almost thinking that they would kind of keep it themselves and then find other way. Like he was talking about the bonds, maybe taking a loan again. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Perhaps I should have waited, not speculate. But anyway, we'll see. We'll see how MicroStrategy does. They were saying that MicroStrategy's actual business intelligence business is less than 10% of the value of the stock. The rest is all Bitcoin. So that's the thesis there for the short. Okay.
Yeah, if you're just going to go into an ETF, that's just all Bitcoin. That's IBIT.
Jonathan Cooper here giving you some numbers. Citron's assets under management of 21 million. Their short won't even scratch the surface. Actually, that's true. And we did talk a lot about Bitcoin. I did mention earlier, 13. We did print over 100,000 on the /BTC futures. We did not do it on the actual spot price yet, but as Motion was mentioning here, we were $500 away from hitting that level. I expect a test of that 100K level at some point today.
And do you think we see selling at 100K?
I would imagine. I would imagine there's a lot of people that are trading and flipping, and I would imagine that there's a bunch of people that are looking to get out at that level. That level's kind of been a round number for a while. We talk about round numbers coming into play in stocks. I would imagine it would do the same in Bitcoin. I won't be. I'm waiting for this to go to 13 million per coin.
Grouch of Wall Street with a very interesting piece of information here. No, I didn't notice that. I didn't see the director selling 90 million. Definitely don't go on Reddit very much, so I didn't notice the Reddit board getting taken down or going down. But that's interesting that those sequence of events happened all close together. That is very interesting.
Yeah, I too don't go on Reddit boards. Is this the sell that you're talking about? You had mentioned that a director sold 90 million. No, I don't see that on here. We'll have to wait and see where that filing comes out. Okay. All right. Sound. Jay Walker wanted to take a look at SOUN. Now, remember, before we take a look at this, remember that this had a deal with NVIDIA, or some type of business deal with NVIDIA. And as a result, it moved with that in some cases. Stock's up 6% here in the pre-market, 741. This actually did fill the recent gap, maybe not up to the body here, but did fill the gap into the candle. I'd watch this area for what, a 781 breakout. This is on deck here for today.
Mm-hmm. This is one of these old ex-girlfriends that just loves to come around and cause all kinds of trouble. But this one is also kind of squeezing too. It's got a heavy short interest at 24%. 3.12 days to cover, not the 5 or higher that we'd like to see, but the stock is moving nonetheless. Now the float is pretty heavy here. If this is the correct read I have, do you have 334 million shares?
I do.
So that's going to cause problems for upside. The stocks with floats that large, we've talked about this before. Stocks with floats this large, they tend to have these intermediate pops, or sometimes they'll run for a little bit. But if they don't have that volume, or if the interest starts to wane, they really do start to sink and leak into lower levels because that float is really hard to keep pushing up. So should be on deck for a trade here. I could provide some levels in a little bit for SoundHound, but just keep in mind that that's what we can sometimes see with these heavy float names. Looks like 732 was just a level that was trying to get over recently. Next level up for upside is quite a ways away at 875.
So we do have a potential trade on our hands here today. We'll see if we get that with SOUN. Mm-hmm. The parallel to the X's really drives the point. Crimp Biscuit, that's what we try to do here. That's exactly what we try to do here. Okay, what? Oh, Rocket Lab. Chris was asking for Rocket Lab. Chris actually might be on the ice by this point because he was on his way over to the ice rink. We'll look at Rocket Lab. I know you've been looking at a lot of the space stocks pretty much every single day. Look at Rocket Lab here, 23.34, up another 4% here. New all-time highs here in the pre-market, set to be a new all-time high when the market opens here if we hold. You got anything here on Rocket Lab? In Rocket Lab?
Don't know what the news is here. See that there was some insider selling yesterday, but I don't really think that the
price target raised from 25 to 30 at Roth. That was the news.
Oh, okay, gotcha. You're right.
Rocket Lab director Olson sold 50,000 shares yesterday.
That's what I was referring to. It doesn't look like they really cared about that because it just continued to go higher.
Just printed 3 points higher, yeah.
but the thing is, I talked a lot about how I think space stocks are going to be a really hot theme next year. I think that's where we're starting to see some of the beginnings of that. I want to point out that Rocket Lab is, in my opinion, very overvalued, and at a market cap of over 11 billion with the revenue of just over 100 million. It's got a ways to go to grow into that valuation. But I think if you know what this company has in their pipeline, what they're doing, and what they have coming up, I don't think that's hard to achieve for this company. SpaceX did it. They were losing over $1 billion a year, and now they make over $9 billion, and they're profitable. So I think this is just SpaceX 2.0, just making its way up. And they also have an exclusive launch facility for the United States government in Virginia. And they're also building a third launch pad next to that one for their new rocket. So I think Rocket Lab's going to be great eventually. They're ramping up. They're going to be carrying heavier payloads into space eventually, probably I think next year. But at this point, I still think it's overvalued. And if we look at the chart, we can probably see that, so they have an RSI of 83.5. Look, I'll say it one more time. I like the stock. I like the space theme, but this is really, really extended, and it's going to have to come back in. I would think maybe it comes down, of course, back to the teens. How far down? Maybe somewhere around 15 to 17.
And I'll play Mr. Melvin here since he's not here with us. Remember, if you're trading these folks, you're trading the story. There could be a lot of volatility between now and then. A really astute question here. Stay focused saying, Ryan, is this a floating island on Rocket Lab? So yes, it is. A couple of the stickler rules, I like to call them. First of all, technically, we didn't pop into a new all-time high territory because that was still within the range of this candle, but that was a while ago, and clearly there was a huge move up here. Now, the one thing, stay focused, and this is something to this is a lesson to be learned if you start trading this formation. The one thing that Rocket Lab did here that makes this more difficult to trade is it pulled beneath the candle that it made. So this first candle here, this big pop, we traded all the way up, then sellers took it down. The next day, we actually broke the bottom of that, right? So generally speaking, I'm looking to hold the bottom of this candle. Well, Rocket Lab didn't do that. It broke it, but it gave you this nice little tweezer formation, right? It broke it on one day and then recaptured it the very next day. So yes, and then look what it did. It resolved higher. This is effectively what we're trying to capture by looking at this chart formation. This did resolve higher. Now, the one thing here, with the benefit of hindsight here, the one thing that we must be honest about is that this little tweezer, this second day sell-off, and then this makes it harder to trade this formation. It's much easier for the trader to actually hold on to this position with conviction if you don't break the bottom of this first candle. We did break the bottom of this first candle, but if you were nimble enough and you were able to grab that on the recapture, or you felt confident enough on the recapture here, this trade paid out pretty handsomely for you. So this is a really good question here, because I know a lot of the time, especially when we're in hindsight, we're showing you some of the ways in which it worked. These are some of the other ways that this chart formation can play out here. And I think it's important to take a look at them. So shout out to you for mentioning that. Keep that in mind. And if you're interested in this formation, write that down on your notepad, because that one, we could see something like this. Really, I'm really impressed with the questions from people here this morning. I gotta say, Jay Rice, good morning. It's great to see you here. I did really appreciate. There was one comment that Jay Rice threw in the chat here that I thought was absolutely awesome, and I'm trying to find it. And I really hope. I don't think he do. Here we go. Here it is. Yesterday was a flight to safety. Teledoc, Piton, and Mullen, and Fastly. Jay, I will say, man. You got the jokes. you got the jokes. We'll keep joking about all of those here. And you were also bringing up Donkey Kong and Flutter. So let's talk about this here real quick. If there are other stocks that you folks want to take a look at, we can absolutely do that. But we did make it through the entire list that we had here today. So here you go. Here is DKNG. You can actually see we're at the top end of this little triangle. We have this trend line 13. I think you instructed me to put this trend line from back in 2021. I drew the near-term trend line. We're actually in that little area of convergence. We'll see which way we go here as Archer continues to trade to the highs here, by the way. Jay saying, if you like this name, you should look at Flutter. Breakout to new highs. Earnings were very good. Jay, I would completely agree with you. Flutter is the parent company of FanDuel. So Draftkings and FanDuel are probably your two biggest competing sports betting apps available on your app stores. But Jay is absolutely right here. Flutter is a better performer. And guess what?
An island?
Guess what? Floating island, baby. Now, this doesn't have a huge range here, so you might have to be a little bit patient playing this as this continues to move higher. It's 272. Looks like we are breaking out here. Here's your island. Jay, thanks for bringing this up, man. It's like we got a mind meld going on right now.
Can we start calling these Oak Islands since you're all about these?
Run into some type of copyright infringement and the whole nine yards. The guys that run the Michigan group are from Michigan. I don't want to piss them off.
No problem.
But man, we do find treasure on our island. That's for sure. 13, absolutely. This is actually a really good recommendation here. I don't know if this is technically a recommendation, but DraftKings, for as much talk as we do about DraftKings, Jay's absolutely right. The reality is that ticker FLUT, Flutter Entertainment, trades better than DraftKings does. And the earnings were really good. They did say, was it them or Draftkings that said that bettors were having a really good year this year? I can't remember which one gave that warning. Maybe it was Draftkings. Anyway, good stuff here, Jay. Good stuff, and good morning. Thanks for joining us. Okay.
I saw that there was a question fielded to me by Arista Stocks about Zim.
You want me to pull it up?
Yeah, he said spot on Zim resistance yesterday, could not go above it yet, bounce off and retest. Looking at Zim, I don't know what resistance you're referring to. I was looking at the support level of 2380, since that was a resistance area. That must be what you're talking about, because that was formerly a resistance area in June, July, and August this year. But now it's turned into a support level since the price went above and kind of hung out above there for a while. Past 2 days in Zim have been met with a lot of selling, a lot of resistance up at 30, and that must be what you're referring to. And now we're coming back down towards that 2380, getting some support from it now, but we're also trading beneath the 20-day SMA. As long as we hold above that 2380 and continue to try and recapture the 20-day SMA, it looks like we could turn around here, but there still could be some more downside in Zim. So we need to just kind of, I think, wait and see what this price action does going in the next week.
Okay. Really good stuff there on Zim. You've got me on that one, by the way, 13. And then real quickly here, Jay, you were also mentioning this one, UMAC. Let me see if I can find your comment here. I think this said this was a drone supplier. UMAC, micro cap drone supplier. This is up 2.36% here. This goes along with the drone theme here. They reported earnings on the 14th. So this was last week. Don't see any fresh news here. One of the other things here, my drone play, my penny stock drone play that I have been underwater on for some time, is actually having a really good morning. Had a good day yesterday. Good morning here today. Volume looks pretty good. Let's look inside here. So ONDS, good move yesterday off the 65-cent bottom. I was actually adding at 65 cents, so really good timing here. Looks like we tested $1. I'd love for this to pop above $1 here today. Did we have any news on this? Yes, we did. Ondas receives its latest purchase order for the Iron Drone Raider counter drone system from a major defense company. Okay, awesome. ONDS, this is an Israeli company, and their drones are being used in the conflict, if I'm not mistaken. Need a purchase order. Okay, so another purchase order here. They had recent news about getting an extension to regain NASDAQ compliance. The stock's clearly trying to get back above $1 and make some moves here. I'm in this one pretty heavy, so would love to see a move here today. ONDS, we'll see if we get it.
Yeah, and that one and the UMAC, they're going to be part of that drone theme, but also with rates being cut and seeing how the small caps are, reacting positively to that, getting a little bit more uplift. Could see some of these really beat up, penny stocks that are in that space have really big moves. So
yeah, the one thing that I will say here on ONDS, if we take a look at like the daily chart here, like you can see, like when I was first starting to buy this was when it was several dollars, right? In fact, my average on this, my average on this is $3. Okay, so I am massively underwater on this, just to kind of give you an idea. And I'm not recommending, because this has kind of been a negative carry for me for a long time. I'm not recommending it to anybody, but I do believe in this long term, and I do have one of the guys that I talk to is pretty connected to this, and as a result, I'm willing to give this. This is more of an investment, so we'll see if this ends up panning out. Now, I will say that I was adding my thesis for adding here, in addition to lowering my cost basis, because I still believe in the theme. This was being tax loss sold, without a doubt. This was being tax loss sold, and I had bids that I was just throwing out there, and sure enough, some of them got filled. So I was able to add here recently on this, and the timing was real good, because I'm already up 30 cents from those ads, almost 30 cents from those ads. So, okay, we'll see what's happening there. I'm glad you mentioned UMAC here, because I also looked over and I noticed that this was popping, and I wasn't sure why. And now that all makes sense. So also one more thing here to keep in mind. I told you about the ELF trade here. We had Muddy Waters issue a report on ELF that really brought this from 120 down to 100. The buyer said, no. Bought it pretty much right back to balance the same day. We traded higher yesterday. I'm actually still in this. Would love to see a move above 125 here today on ELF. And we'll close those calls at a gain. So that's all I got going on. We are 7 minutes till we open here. What else do you want to take a look at?
I don't remember if I ever mentioned the Coke trade, but I know I mentioned it in happy hour and in the happy hour chat. This was when back last I think it was either on Friday last week or it was Monday this week when I noticed that we were very, very low RSI, kind of bottoming out after having a pretty big sell-off. And the thought was, well, this is going to, probably rebound off of the this trend line that I had, where the 500-day SMA is, and it could go back up to 64. Well, that's where we're at right now. So this trade worked out really well. I know that some folks took it, and this is where, and if you're listening, this is where I was looking for the price to go. So I think that here we might end up running into resistance, and we could see the price reverse. If you draw a line at 64 and kind of look, to the left historically, you can see how that has been a big resistance and support level in the past. So that's what I was looking at. Don't know if anybody in the chat recalls this from me talking about it, but this was an interesting trade. It was a RSI bounce. That's literally all it was. Hit 64, trade's over.
And 64.65 is where the 200-day is. So maybe a recapture there and some volume expansion. This can go higher, but good stuff here. That's Coke, ticker KO, Coca-Cola. XCUR got mentioned while you were going over that here. I didn't see any news on XCUR. This has been a recent day trader for us. We're definitely getting a ramp here on volume, breaking us out of the 12 handle. Looks like we traded above 19. Damn. Actually, did we test 19? So yeah, we did. So the high of this impulse candle here was at 18.99 down. Okay, so we didn't print 19s yet. Decent range here. We'll see what's going on with XCUR. Like I said, I did not see any news.
No, they looks like they were moving a lot yesterday and the day before.
Yeah, it was the day before especially. It did a good job holding in yesterday.
I don't know. I'd be careful with this one. RSI is over 90 on the daily chart. But, it provides trades, of course, but just understand that there's that risk that this thing could absolutely just go straight down at any time.
There's a risk with a lot of the smaller names that we do here. But you're absolutely right, 13. You're absolutely right. Jay Harris wants to take a look at Lilly, ticker LLY for a level. We can do that here. Eli Lilly. This is actually at a really important level. It's been at this level for a while. I know we kind of dipped recently and came back here, but you can see that this consolidation pretty much from February of early this year to where we broke out in May, this entire level, we're pretty much right back in there. This is kind of in no man's land to me. We're not quite at oversold territory, so maybe we do retest this low down here. The one thing to keep in mind here, this had a huge move on the GLP-1 thing, but remember, Eli Lilly is not just GLP-1. They have a robust pipeline of other drugs and all that. So I wonder if the down move here is kind of done. I'd love for this to come back to the 500. I'd actually be a buyer down here at 618. I just don't know that we get there.
Yeah, I think we will go to 500. That looks like, and I see that for a couple of reasons. One, the formation that we're getting out of this. I'm
going to step away 1 second before we open.
No problem. This formation that we're getting after we recently tested 200-day SMA, this is a bear flag. So we could probably trade up as high as 770 before we really get some resistance. That's going to take that's going to give us the next leg down to where that 500-day SMA is at 618. The other thing that I'm seeing here that's also pretty bearish is we're almost about to do a performer death cross, which is when the 50-day SMA crosses to the downside beneath the 200-day SMA. We're going to likely get that later this month, maybe, which would have to be next week. So I would think that we get that next week. At the very latest, we'll get it in early December. But that death cross looks like it's coming. We haven't had a cross from those two SMAs since April, or looks like April of 2023. So this is going to be one of those things where if we do get that cross, it's likely going to, be a big indicator that this is headed much lower. But as he was pointing out with the RSI, it is, getting close to oversold. So that's why I'm looking for just a little bit more upside to 770 before it goes down. Ryan, I was mentioning the upcoming death cross in LOY. So
okay, sweet.
Haven't had any crossings between those two SMAs since April of last year.
Okay. All right, and we're less than 2 minutes here till we open. We're actually a minute until we open. I'm going to flip over to the main workspace, get ready, and see what we're doing here. Okay, really quick check-in on SMCI, which did ramp right ahead of the open here. Looks like we're holding at about $30. That $30 level is going to be important. SKK, this is one of the junkier names that we have. This looking to push new highs here. I will say on SKK, I have no position on this, and I did not trade it yesterday. Kudos to our happy hour member who made bank off this yesterday. I'm not trading this name. I will wait for the opening print on this name. I don't really have a good feel for this one, so I kind of want to get that first. XCUR, which we talked about, that's retraced 50% of that recent stick. Life W, which was on the list here this morning, pulling back to that first regressive level, or the level that we found support at when we had that regressive move. Yep, go ahead.
SKK looks like that's going to 245. I don't know if it'll hit it in pre-market, but that's where it looks like it's headed. 245 in SKK.
Ticker BENF. This is beneficent. We've traded this one a whole lot here. Shares are trading higher after the company announced the stockholder equity figure now meet NASDAQ compliance. Okay. We are open, and oh, yikes. Archer really pulled right back down to its VWAP right off that open. Okay, we'll see where this sets up here on Archer.
It was.
Oh man, they are bringing in. It is. They are bringing in a lot of stock for sale there. Now I will say it is getting bought. Boy, oh boy, I saw 15K lots hit the tape there.
Yep.
There's some buying. And let's see what happens if we move through 6 here on Archer.
65 EMA is where we're getting support right now. If it loses that, we have the 200 down at 570. SKK, guess what? We're right about on the doorstep of that 245. Almost there.
Just hold them off for a few seconds.
Yeah, and then we can take gains.
That's amazing. That pop there, that's amazing. Any of you guys trading SKK, way to go.
All right. So
just careful on that one. That's all.
Yeah, not quite to 245 yet. Got to 236. Not a bad move, but got to get through this 230 wall here. There we go. Now we're starting to move. Oh, okay. looks like there was a very fast pop up to 250, and then just went right back down. So there you go. There was 245. Okay. I mean, that was really quick. I don't even know if you saw it.
I did not. I didn't have it up here. Also, one of the stocks that we talked about earlier today that was moving on low volume, REPL. This is Replimune. This was off the movers list here. Remember, the catalyst here is that this was trading higher. Company on Thursday announced its breakthrough therapy designation status for one of its drugs applications for FDA under the accelerated approval program. This thing, low volume, but damn, we just took out the after hours highs. This looks like this is trying to go higher here. No position for me, REPL. Walmart getting mentioned here.
Looks like
Walmart's trading higher. Boy, I tell you what, my puts on Walmart are going to expire worthless. That is for certain.
WCT not looking great out of the gate.
QUBT getting mentioned by our chatters here. Archer back above 6, by the way, off that pull.
WCT, I'd be looking for 160 in this one. If it goes down there and it starts to get support in that area, we might start to see it turn around. So that could be an interesting area. 160 in WCT. Okay.
QUBT, yesterday's intraday high right here. Watch for this to possibly pop above and move. QUBT. I have 530 as your intraday high, and I have some size there. Pulling off that spot now, QUBT. JTAI, another one off the list here. This pulled back and is continuing to pull. I've got this on the 5-minute. Might get some support from that 65 EMA, 691 on that level.
Yeah, this one looks like it may go down to, let's see where to end up at. It was at 720. It might go down to 7. MACD's look is kind of indicating that there may be a continued downside here for the next matter of minutes, but hopefully we'll get some buyers to come in and bid it back up. Looks like they're starting to step in now, but I don't know if we're going to, maybe we are. I don't know if we're going to get a break through the consolidation in pre-market though. 10.25 is the pre-market high in JTAI.
Rigetti, this actually knifed out of the open too and is bouncing back. I'm actually going to switch to a 1 minute because I want to see what some of this action was here. CRNC, this was a monster day yesterday. This took out yesterday's intraday high and is trying to go higher here. CRNC.
Yeah, Christ on a cracker indeed, Nicholas. I get you. Like there was a lot of just dumps right out the open. That Archer one, well, not unexpected, was pretty wild. WCT, this thing is definitely going to be having some bad times until probably another 25 cents lower.
BBAI, this popping here, Black Bear AI. Ross Stores, we talked about that from its earnings here. That's actually trying to bounce after a very similar knife to what you guys were just talking about. ARCAT back above 8.
Yeah, and
820 here, and Archer coming back to the highs as well.
Archer up, Soundhound that hit 759. Remember, this has the heavy float, so not so sure if we're going to continue to just run up all day. It might leak. Float's a little heavy.
QUBT pulling here, actually broke through its VWAP and moving more to the downside on QUBT.
Looks like Lunar having a bit of a fun day, going between yesterday's highs and the 1383 level, or 1385, however you want to look at it.
Joby here is moving with Archer. XCUR, this is another one that we had on the list. This pulled back from that recent pop. QBTS, this was moving, it looks like, with QUBT. That's pulling here as well.
All right, let me see.
UiPath, another AI name popping out of the gate here. UiPath.
I'm going to take a look and see if I can find some higher up levels with SKK. If this starts to bull flag, we're likely going to get some more upside. So let me see if I can find some levels ahead of that movement.
I do see size at 245 on that offer there on SKK.
Here. It's a ways away, but it might be able to get up to 470. Not sure.
Snow looks like this is having a battle at yesterday's intraday high on Snow.
There's just not a lot of price action to really draw upon.
Soundhound popped right out of the gate here. Yeah, I'm okay waiting this out. SKK took out that spot. 259 your high here. SKK, this might go, folks.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be one that's getting a lot of attention. I'm just trying to find some levels where this could go to, and they're just really high up, like between 420 and 475 is where I find the next set of levels. So that's if we get the volume, that's where we're probably headed. And if we are going to get that volume, I anticipate we halt on the way up there.
Interesting.
It's just a ways away. It's like we almost have to 2x from right here. All right. Yeah, so the WCT, that one's still looking weak. Waiting for 160 to see what it does. Soundhound new high 769.
Yep. ARCAT trying to go higher as well. I'll tell you what, that ARCAT story for this group has just been so awesome. I almost want to call it inspirational, but I think that would be the wrong word. VRPX continuing to bounce off that pull right out of the open.
Line Atlas making big moves or make big gains here with uranium. That's still on after a pullback.
Yeah, CCJ was also really good too. Here is LEU. This is the Jay Rice special.
And then Parker's Thinkorswim saying SMCI to 40. And that's where, in my opinion, I think we're going to see the big resistance come into play if we get up there to 40. Between 40 and 50 is where I see a lot of consolidation, a lot of buyers that or bag holders that probably want to get out of this position. But yeah, 40 is where I think we're going to really start to see that resistance kick in. If we get up there. Little asterisk.
What's CCJ doing here?
WCT trying to find a bottom, getting some wicks on the bottom of these candles here, which is an indication that buyers are stepping in.
SKK pulled back. I got the VWAP there at 219, current price 230. So watch for a potential VWAP bounce there.
Yeah, this is where we want to see SKK form either a bull pennant or bull flag. That's going to usually result in a couple or 2 or 3 red candles on the 5-minute, and then it'll try and turn around and break through, break above all those candles.
Yeah.
Let's see. A lot of the things that were having fun yesterday are just taking a breather. Bitcoin is one of those.
Yep. Bitcoin at the lows here today. And Alpha
Yeah, so
came in. What a bummer that was.
The low from yesterday was 95,640. So that's possibility. Could go that low, maybe close to it before we get a reversal. ARCAT, yeah. Hey, if you have a cat that's on fire, it better be ARCAT. Right, Izzy? That's right. Parker asking me thoughts on rum doing what Reddit did. I'm sorry, I don't know.
He means Reddit. He means Reddit.
Reddit. Okay. Let me take a look. See what we got with Rumble. I mean, this thing, when I look at the daily chart, this thing really wants to start trading above its 500-day SMA. Every time that it pops above that, it did it the first time in June when the that moving average finally started showing up. There's that incident. You have incidences in March and April this year, and then most recently earlier this month, where it's been trying to get above and hold above the 500-day SMA and has not had success. So that's going to be the big moving average for me to start seeing the price trade over more consistently. And that's going to mean that it needs to get above $7. So let me just go back and see what your question was here. Thoughts. Okay. So I don't know what Reddit did. Unless you're talking about the price action, I think we're going to get.
That's what he refers to. Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get that out of Rumble. It would be incredibly surprising because Reddit has just got a huge, their own little ecosystem. They're a very big presence on the internet for a various number of reasons. But I do think that the move in Reddit is really overblown, and it's going to be an absolutely wonderful short one day.
Yeah.
But let's go when we're talking about Rumble here. That I gave a couple of levels there. I want to see this. If I want to see upside in this, I want it to capture 7 and hold above 7, and that will also give you price action above the 500-day SMA. That's what I want to see in this one. So that would be the next step for me. Get above 7, hold that 500-day SMA. What indicators did we use for ARCAT to go up? Well, thinking about it, kept hammering our heads.
Yeah,
against
it depends what he's asking here. It depends what he's asking, because there's been a number of chatters here, participants in our chat that have been swinging this for the story for a while, for a long time. I don't want to speak for them. Now, as far as some of the shorter term trades here, a little bit different. We've been really kind of mining the technicals on that. By the way, SKK, that pull to the VWAP has bounced here. Size at 245. That's going to launch if it takes 245 out. SKK.
Yes, this is along the lines of the formation we're looking for.
Yep. Long here, 235. Some looking for a breakthrough, 245 to 259. And
Daniel, when it comes to ARCAT, it really wasn't so much indicators as it was what was happening in the the space with drones and this conflict that we have going on. So this was, in my opinion, more of a theme or story driven trade here, and with drones are getting to be a very, very big thing, of course. So when we're seeing a lot more militarization of them. And ARCAT is going to be one of the big players in that. We already talked about AV, and they've had huge runs already. This one is going parabolic. So, and they're getting a lot of contracts. And that's one of the big reasons for the move, is that they are actually reporting that they are getting contracts with money. So that's the biggest reason for the move. Now, you can also see that we use technicals for determining where the breakouts are going to happen, where the support's going to be. Like when we broke out in April earlier this year, we created a bit of a resistance area that eventually became support, and that's going to be about 165. And then after April, we traded back down, almost went under, I think we went under $1. And after we broke out again, we broke over that level, went up to over $2. And when we came back down, guess where we found support? 165. And that support held the entire time until the next breakout in August. So the technicals were useful, but for this movement in ARCAT, this has mostly been the theme, the news, and the contracts, the catalysts.
Really good stuff there, 13. ARCAT here holding near the highs. By the way, really quick, our EPL, which we talked about here earlier this morning, this is ripping on that. Volume has really kind of increased. We told you that the volume was really low here in the pre-market, but boy, oh boy, our EPL going higher here. SKK, by the way, we were taking a look at that. I'm out that scalp, at least for right now. It did struggle at that 245 spot. We'll see if we end up going above that. But 1 for 1 here, some green on the screen, even though it's small. And we are, Jonathan Cooper, appreciate you. We are waiting on S&P data here in the next 30 seconds. SPY is absolutely ripping. There was another call there. We'll take a look at that candle here real quick. SPY really pushing here out of the open. 595.
Yep, going towards that previous all-time high of 596.65. Looks like Soundhound came back in a little bit, hit a high of 769. And how are my space plays doing today? Looks like the only ones that are down are ASTS. Black Sky is flat. MDA Space is down slightly. Lunar going back and forth between positive and negative. And then SATS, EchoStar, that one getting hit the most. Everything else good.
VSAT, Viasat, isn't this in that same thing?
It is not in my list.
For services. Yeah, okay. Satellite services. So this would fit in here. This is actually up 10% here today.
That should be in my list, but it's not. Looks like after that weakness that it got earlier this, I think earlier this week and maybe last week, it's like FMC is really trying to turn around and come back up to 60.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be good, SMC.
ARCAT, this one looks like it wants to get over the pre-market high of 858. A little bit more volume expansion, and we could do that, but because it's getting resistance from that that high around 805, which was 849. So we get through that, we'll take out 858, and then we can look to the left and see what levels we got.
3D, your Datadog here popping right out of the open. So that drifted higher into the print. Looks like we had a little bit of profit taking, and then north we go. 150 here on Datadog. Not one that we cover often. Appreciate you bringing this one up. That's higher here today. REPL still pounding the highs here. Wow, what a move.
Yeah, Daniel, I'm not going to pronounce your name. I don't want to disrespect you like that, but you're right. SKK, bull flagging. That one, that's what I'm looking for too. We're still holding VWAP. We just need to get that breakout over this 200 EMA and beyond the 259 high that we put in earlier this morning.
This might be one of the best handles I've seen around in a long time. Vader was framed. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the channel. What an awesome handle. Bonjour, Smoke Tuna. It's great to see you as well.
Yeah, we need to see that movement in SKK soon.
Framed.
Otherwise, that bull flag is going to get nullified. Man, Archer is still holding up there. JTAI, this one's kind of trending lower beneath VWAP now. Actually, it's starting to really lose.
Hey, SMCI, good call, Jamie Dimon. This is continuing to move up as well. What was that level that I had here? 38. Maybe if it gets up there. This one rolling.
Well, looks like Reddit rebounded after a little bit of selling, trying to come back up to the some of these, pre-market highs from today.
Hey, I'm with you on your thought from earlier. This is going to be a great short. I can't tell you when though. Can't tell you when on that.
Oh, it could have already been a good short if you picked up, puts or shorted it yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about like a move from like 140 back into double digits. Like that's what I'm thinking about.
I think that's coming.
I can't help it, and maybe I'm wrong on this. I cannot help it, but it reminds me of Beyond Meat. When we were looking at Beyond Meat at $190, that's like but I just can't carry a short for that long. I had no idea when that was going to eventually roll over. Stuff is such garbage.
SKK need to see some better volume and the price turn around here, or else we're going to roll over and go back down to underneath $1 or $2. But Reddit still trying to push up to let's see, the pre-market high this morning, 148.95.
SPY still ripping to the highs here. Wow.
We just got the S&P global numbers for services for PMI.
Yeah, let me go ahead and read that here. We don't have the producer anymore. S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI for November, 48.8, which was the estimate. Prior read was 48.5. Global Composite PMI for November, 55.3 versus the 54.1 was the prior read. So these numbers look good. They don't look massively outsized or anything, but they look decent.
Looks like I'm taking a look at Kava because that thing.
Oh gosh, really? What's that like?
Well, in the intraday, it looks like this is about to roll over. It's got those upper shadows that usually are an indicator that this is going to go lower. But so we'll see if that's what happens here. I'd be looking for a loss of 145, that level, and then we could it should really start to go down. But those these past 15 minutes on the 5-minute chart, lots of upper shadows here of trying to recapture VWAP and not being successful. That's not a good sign.
I just peeled my Archer off for right now. I'm actually hoping that this goes lower so I can reload lower. I just wanted to pay myself for some of those adds to a losing position that I had here. I still like it long term, but I'll be patient with it. If we do get a sell-off, I want to have as much cash raised as possible. It's also kind of the thought there.
Life W getting a mention. Also, Smoke Tuna saying SKK done.
Yeah, that I'll tell you what, I'm kind of with Tuna on that one. Is another reason why I wanted to kind of sell that initial trade here. So interesting. On the prop, I actually have this breaking the VWAP, retesting it, and not able to get through it. Here, however, on TradingView here, I have it bouncing squarely off the VWAP.
Yeah, for me, it's the last 5-minute candle, it lost VWAP. Right now, it's trying to get back up to VWAP and recapture it.
Sorry.
No problem. Like I said, it needs to get a big volume expansion here. Otherwise, this thing's rolling over and going under 2.
ARCAT here, comment here that this is ready to go. 850 has been that spot that we're looking at the entire time here. We're right at that. Let's see if we pop above here on ARCAT. Really needs to take that 850 out. I think this could probably go 860, 863 maybe if on a pop through. Doesn't even look like there's a lot of size there, to be honest.
Yeah, 858. So we're still bumping up again. Okay, it looks like ARCAT is getting ready to go though, but that volume needs to be better. Volume. That's what's going to get us through these levels where there's a heavy amount of sellers.
Sure.
Average options asking, is anyone still shorting Pinduoduo PDD?
I am not short that one. That is a good one though.
Yeah,
it's a good stock. That thing rips.
Well, it's ripping to the downside. Looks like it's getting down to the consolidation where it had that really bad day in late August. It could find some support down there, maybe even that'll be a demand zone. So if it gets down into that area around $95, might see a reversal. It's also getting pretty oversold, 28.5 RSI on the daily.
Bharat Am still short PDD. Barat, well done, man.
Nice.
That is continuing to move. Wait, and I love this. Waiting for a big flush down to 100. We're at 100, boss.
Yeah, it's almost there.
Right here. Maybe we flush through it. Below.
Yeah.
It's okay. That I gotcha. And you know what though? So the thought process here, I love it, right? Because if you do break that round number, you might get this flush that you're looking for. That might be a multiple dollar move too on PDD, given the way it moves. Really good stuff there, Barat.
Line Atlas. So China already has already done a lot of that with the current administration. Antimony, germanium, gallium. They've changed the channels for all that, so we're not able to get antimony through the same channel anymore. But that's fine because we have a huge stockpile of it. Antimony is not the issue, and if you want to play that, there's a couple of ways you could do that. But the gallium and the germanium issue, that's the real big question mark, I think. So if we want to look at some rare earths, I think those would be the ones to look at. Antimony, I think we'll be fine.
Vintage Tool Restorations saying that SBFM is popping, not pooping, but popping here. And indeed that is. This is Sunshine Biopharma here. This was a rip through the VWAP on volume. We did actually extend that a little bit further. Haven't tested 3 yet. Pre-market high here, 314.
And SKK under 2, because we didn't get that volume to break out of that intraday high we made. So
SMCI and SMCX, the levered ETF, man, what a rip this is. This is probably one of the best trades of the day here so far in terms of day trades. SMCI plus 15% here, $34.
Sorry, I'm just
Lion, I think we just talked about your comment here. Your internet's very bad. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Man. At least your internet's not being cut by workers. That's all I can say.
Yeah, you might. It might be that he's at a different time of the broadcast than what we're talking right now. So
that's true.
He'll get his answer if he keeps watching.
By the way, ARCAT ARCAT here, we did take out 850. We did not pop like I thought we would. Intraday high here, 855. Just a tiny amount of size there at 860. I think it could blow through that if it has the juice.
We have that 5 in the morning high from that's at 858. That's the level we need to get through there. Archer high of day. Oh man,
it was off the high of the pre-market is 617. High of the day here has been 610. It's at 609 right now. My sell right there was at 608, by the way. So not gonna be too pissed about that. I do think that Archer comes back in and gives us another opportunity to load that up. If it doesn't and it waves goodbye to me, then it was nice knowing y'all. ARCAT here, 860. It did go to that 860 spot, did not pop above it, but that is going to be your intraday high here. And now the new level to watch on ARCAT. ARCAT coming back in here now. VWAP at 823, so that would be a spot to hold. Market Sniper mentioning that Chewy is tanking. Haven't looked at Chewy yet here today. Oh my gosh, Chewy pounding the lows here. Down 5.5%, down $2. Pan W is dumping, says Lauren. Lauren, great, good to see you again. Pan W here, yeah, this did kind of roll over. This is interesting, though. Really, for Pan W here, as long as it holds, let's call it 370. As long as it holds 370, I think you're probably all right for another move higher here.
I wonder if the Deutsche Bank,
370. Yeah.
Price target of 28 for Chewy is why it's going down.
Did they get downgraded here today, 13? Is that what happened?
Maintain their hold on Chewy, but they've raised their price target to 28. The stock is actually 33.91.
Interesting.
So,
they're playing catch up, it would look like.
Yeah, have fun with that raise.
Gosh, REPL. I'm mad at myself. I talked about this. I talked about the setup. I told you folks about the setup. And I didn't take it. And look at this. Look at this move right through the pre-market high. This was it. REPL, 2+ points from that breakout spot here with a catalyst. REPL.
I should have paid attention to this one. I could have given a pretty good level that it ran to.
Which one?
This one, REPL.
Oh, REPL. It's lower volume, 13, but it's ripping, man.
Yeah. But it still went to the 200 EMA on the weekly.
Devs is halted here. DEVS. This is a penny stock halted at 89 cents to the upside.
And it looks like REPL could still eventually get up to little bit over 17, like maybe 17.20 before we actually start turning around. So maybe that
Hey, little
happens.
cat, what are you doing? Gonna have a big stretch.
He's checking on his employee.
Yeah. He's like, are you making money to buy me more food and toys for the Christmas season? Because that's what I
Yeah.
really
He looks at your screen. Hey, why is Chewy going down?
want. Rigetti here. Rigetti, ticker RGTI, moving through the VWAP. VWAP recapture here after a pull. This is a quantum computing angle here. REPL 16. This is still going. REPL.
Yeah, I think this may end up going up to somewhere around 1720.
Raj and Sydney, looks like you folks played this. Dude, let's go. Let's go.
I'm glad you think so, Gio. Hey, if we can, make money, have fun, and laugh, I mean, that is a win any day.
Oh, look, 13 makes me laugh on a regular basis. I go to him for the dad jokes. CRNC getting called. This was from yesterday. Okay, ripping again. And good call here. It's above yesterday's intraday high. More breakout here. CRCN. Archer here took out that 610. I swear to gosh, if Archer goes to like 8 today, I will have FOMO. I will be pissed that I sold early. But honestly, I generally don't add to stuff that keeps going down that I'm down on. But because my position was so small initially, I felt okay with it. I just wanted to pay myself. Let's let it come back in. We'll reload here. It's pretty extended.
Yeah, I would be absolutely floored if it went to 8 today.
Yes,
that would not make sense to me. Like after all the whole spiel I gave about this consolidation that that it's starting to trade in now, it's got a ways to go before we can talk about 8. In my opinion, it's got to get through several different levels.
So I don't feel so bad about it. We are top wicking here. SKK did try to come back. SKK did try to come back here to the VWAP. William, this is definitely something that we try and mention here. Never knock yourself for making money if you followed your plan.
Yeah.
My initial buy ended up getting swamped. My plan had to change, and my plan was to add at other support levels, and then when I get green again, pay myself. That is exactly what I did here today. So appreciate that. Definitely feel good about it. And we're raising more cash just in case there's a sell-off. I've been spending money on adding to some of my dividend plays recently, so it's nice to be able to refresh the cash hoard.
Yeah, and just get that passive income to keep on going up.
That's right. SMCI looks like we are off those highs now here. Yep, 34 and change. Pulled back down here to the VWAP and held it.
Gosh, Chewy's still going down. Maybe there's a good short play here if it's going to go right to 28. We've seen these ridiculous moves in these stocks. They get these price targets and they go to them the same day. I don't think it would be surprising to see Chewy do the same thing to the downside in the same day.
I'll tell you what, this 33 level, 13, look at the 33 level from Tuesday. It looks like this is just kind of a sideways move here on Chewy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, this might pull right to this sideways area here.
Yeah, I like
428. Yeah.
Crimp Biscuit, JTAI got to your 690. Let me go take a look at it. JTAI actually went right to 690. And yeah, it looks like it bounced right about there. Right about there. So looks like it's turning around. Next thing you want to see is a recapture of VWAP.
Good morning, Britt. Happy Friday. Britt mentioning gold here. That's, of course, Barrick Gold. This was higher in the pre-market. I didn't look at this when I gave you the spot price of gold earlier, or how that was doing. But gold here looks like this pulled right out of the open back to the right above the VWAP. Let's see where the 65 EMA on the 5-minute is. We're about 10 cents away from that level, 7 cents away from that level now on gold. Barrick Gold, this is actually a pretty decent gold play. Do they pay a dividend? I can't remember. They do, 2%.
I don't know about Barrick Gold right now. Look at the daily chart, and if you have the 20-day SMA turned on, we are right there getting some resistance. Now, I'm not saying it's going to just turn around and go down here, but that's what it's starting to look like.
I'll tell you what, though. As long as this holds 1778, I love the fact that we recaptured both the 200 and the 500 in fairly short order here.
Yeah,
By the way, ARCAT now going back towards that 860. That's going to be your intraday high where it stopped earlier. There's a little bit of size there, but not a whole lot. You're right about this resistance here, 13. You're right about this resistance, but man, oh man, as long as this can stay above 1778, maybe it takes a day or two to pop through that. I think this is good. Got a gap fill up to 19 almost.
Just look at that. You know, to me, I mean, this just looks bearish. Just look at the formation between August and October. That looks like a head and shoulders that's kind of doing this. Like, I don't know, we're going to go higher or not.
Yeah, it actually looks like a guy doing I don't know. Yeah, the foul ball. That's what umpires call foul ball in baseball. But Chad, you're right.
it's resolving like a head and shoulders pattern would. So,
but isn't it done now? Isn't the resolution done now that it hit these two?
No,
right, okay.
I'd say we'd have to go one more leg down. And
okay,
that's where I think that it might not happen. If we can get it back above that 20-day SMA, maybe there's some macro event that changes, the whole.
I'll tell you what, the market sells off here and gold goes up. I would imagine this continues to trade up. We'll see though.
Yeah. But I think it needs to go down just a little bit more, maybe down to 16.
Okay. PDYN, number of people thinking this is going to launch here, maybe 260s that spot.
Somebody was mentioning DJT earlier. Now there's some folks are saying that it's on the move. Looks like we got, well, not really moving out of the range that we were trading yesterday. Yesterday's high was 31.88, but we are kind of heading in that direction slowly. I would say that if we can get above 31.88 to look towards 33.40 as a potential spot, a run-up spot. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I mean, we've seen escalation several times already, and it's been a lot of back and forth, but I guess the really big escalation hasn't come yet, some kind of, maybe Russia fires I don't want to even get into this because it's.
I was going to say January 20th can't come soon enough. DEVS, this was that penny stock. This did pop, didn't quite get above $1. SKK, this is below its VWAP, still above its 65 EMA on the 5-minute.
Yeah, it's kind of holding in there, but still beneath VWAP, and the volume needs to be a lot better than this.
QBTS, maybe that through 230 gap. So you're interesting. So the big earnings pop here today. Remember, gap. Wow, this is really interesting. Remember, gap implied move with the options was about $10. Let me get the exact figure here for you. Implied move with the options there, 10.4%. We had 20%. This has given, or 19%. This has actually given up half of that here on this pullback. Hopefully anyone, I don't know if any of us traded that one here, but if so, hopefully you close those options out because that premium is evaporating, I'm sure. REPL still can't get above that 1650, but man, oh man, this looks really good so far.
610, a big level for Archer. The volume seems to be kind of evaporating too.
So that's the whole thing. So really quickly, I'm glad that you brought that up. The reason that I didn't wait this out any longer here today is because it looked like it was really struggling to get above that 610, and I wanted to get it as close to 610 as I could. I got 608 on the exit. So we'll see if it gets above 610. But I'd really like this to kind of reload closer to 4.
ARCAT made a new intraday high, 865 now. Came back in slightly afterwards.
Yep. That ARCAT scalp done. So that's did that one too. That's 2 for 2 today. Not bad. PDYN continuing to move higher here. Jay Rice mentioning some of the retailers here. This is one of the things that we were looking at with Gap, right? So if I do Gap here, Here's one of the big moves did actually kind of come back, and we want this to hold. Let's see if maybe we get an island from, I don't know. We'll see. The one that I kind of connected this to earlier was Lulu. Yes, 325. Jay, this is what I want to see. I am interested in trying some of this. If we can get above this 200 day, if we can recapture this 200 day and close above it, that would be sweet. See if we can get that here. NBIS getting mentioned here in the chat by DC. I tell you what, this one was awesome. And when this came back into 1769, nice. I am kicking myself for not reloading it here. This pushing back up to the highs. Watch to 2450, I think.
Yeah, it's about there. That's about the level.
2450 exactly. Boom. 2450 exactly is going to be your spot to the upside. I still want to trade this again. No position right now, though.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything to trade that's worth trading for, it's that break over 2450 up to the 50-day SMA.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you actually, yep. And then a gap fill above that at 34. But this is from 2022 when the stock was a different stock. So I'm not sure how much that actually means. Well, maybe like you were speculating, maybe the algos were looking at that, and that would kind of explain it. By the way, PDYN, great call, Wes. You were on this all morning here. PDYN now moving to the highs. 280 going to be your day high there on PDYN. Really good stuff from the group yet again. God, you guys are awesome. Every day this week has been a banger.
It has been.
Every day. Every single day. And I'm looking forward to doing this again next week. Let me tell you something. Thanksgiving is one of my favorite holidays. Baby, I am going to be in such a good mood next week. Oh, my God. I cannot wait.
It is my literal favorite holiday.
Yeah, I mean, any day that you open a bottle of wine at 10 o'clock in the morning, oh, let's go.
I'm just ready to deep fry some turkey and have it.
I know. I'm definitely jealous. My friend does the entire Thanksgiving dinner, and she's a professional cook, so it's awesome. But man, oh man, your deep fried turkey.
SKK.
One day.
SKK at VWAP, says Jay Wild. Looks like it's trying to turn around.
It's crossing through VWAP on my screen here.
Still needs to get above that 200 EMA.
Let's see if we trade this again here. Ooh, interesting. On my prop, 218 is the VWAP, so it's not quite there yet. Matt, me too. You don't have to deal with presents or hearing the same dorky songs for an entire month. Here's the best part about being the head of your homestead. Whatever music gets played, you are in control of. So I do enjoy Christmas music, but only if it's the Mannheim Steamroller variety. So I won't have dorky songs playing in my house, but this is funny. This gave me a nice chuckle here, Matt. Oh, yeah. And stay focused. Dude, stay focused. Good looking.
Oh, yeah.
You need to put, so you send me those pictures and we'll run through them on that half day on Friday afterwards.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, amazing. Look at that. Look how easy that is. I love how agreeable you are.
Well, I like to do most things.
I'm going to leave that one alone here. SKK back up to that PWEP. 218. We'll see if we cross above it. Some size sitting there at 217.
REPL with a little bit of a pull here.
Yep, that's pulling back to its VWAP though. REPL. Remember, this one was thin, so I guess you're not really surprised to see this pullback here to the VWAP. Still, though, this is a pretty decent move here today. Archer beneath 6 now and getting slammed.
Mind the MACD on REPL. That one's starting to show you that it's curling over. Okay. ARCAT new highs 870 now. Folks making money? I think you guys are making money. Take care, William O'Neill. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, have a good one. William, good stuff this week. You've been all over it this week, too. Graydon is asking if SKK is going to go. Well, so it already went once, Graydon, but if it moves through that VWAP, what was that spot that I just had? 218, and I think there's some size there at 217. If it moves through that spot on volume, yes, it can absolutely go again. That's kind of the trigger that we're watching here right now. SPY, by the way, also pulling off the high. So we had a pretty big rip there in SPY here today. It's pulled back off that high, back down here, 594.
Yeah, so when you look at SKK at the in the morning when we were getting that initial rip and those big moves, we were looking at a volume of like 30 million, 8.5 million, really, in the millions and millions of shares. Now we're down to, just a couple million, 1 million and a half. So we really need to see that expand probably over 5 million before we can really think about this getting back over VWAP with any meaningful force.
That's on SKK, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was flipping around there. Real quick, Dan is asking, any opinion on SMH, guys? I suppose it's pretty tied to NVIDIA. Yeah, indeed. So SMH is going to be your semiconductor ETF. NVIDIA is the darling of the semiconductor space. This is a pretty decent way to be on it. One of the things that I'm waiting out here, Dan, the 200-day. As always, look at the last several times that SMH has come in to the 200-day, October 2023. August 2024, September of 2024. Every time we've come into this 200-day, this has produced a really good bounce spot here. Unless the market really changes, I suspect this is going to happen again. You can make the case that we came in here on November 18th, but we never really touched it. And frankly, if we come back in, so the 200 days at 237. Let's say we print 236. 235. I'd love that if we could then in very short order recapture this level. I would actually swing this long. So that would be my opinion. Wait to see if you hold the 200-day and or recapture it. And if you do, I think you might have a potential swing long. Just looking at the chart here, sure seems like 262 is an upside resistance level.
Yeah. Trading in a symmetrical triangle right now ever since July. So could break out in either direction, but it looks like I think you're right about the 200-day SMA. If we lose that, then we're going to get the downside break. Yeah,
it's given us good history there too to trade that against. You got it, Dan. No problem. All right, you guys were mentioning MSTR, Microstrategy. We haven't checked in on that. And okay, so this is actually, I'm surprised given how volatile the stock has been. This is, I suppose, a little bit surprising. It's really kind of holding in there. It is holding above 400 here, whatever that means to you.
Getting a mention of from Izzy on Target being on the move. That's coming off the low that it put in after the earnings it had earlier this week. Very, very oversold. RSI was more oversold earlier, but now it's trying to recapture 30. I think that if this trades up, I don't know that it's going to fill the gap completely. I think we might run into resistance around somewhere between 132 and 133. Hey Ken, it's great that I mean, this is great that you're getting this, and I hope that you continue to develop. I'm glad to hear it.
And the one thing, and I'm really glad that you shared that here with the group, because here's one thing real quick. And 13, if you see something going buck wild, don't be afraid to interrupt me here as I stand on my soapbox. The one thing here that I really like about this comment, I want to see more of these, because I know, again, someone that's been on FinTwit since I pretty much started this, you see a lot of people on Twitter, X, whatever, social media, Discord rooms, talking about how much money they made, and oh my God, and these big moves. And the reality is that this isn't easy for everybody. And in some cases, it takes time for you to learn how to become consistent and become profitable. And when you are constantly getting flooded with all this money that everyone else is making, it can wear on you. Like, I'm not doing that. I see everyone else is making a ton of money. What am I doing wrong? Sticking with it, learning from your mistakes, and then finally getting the hang of it. This is a massive, massive victory. And so keep that up. This is exactly the type that we want to, the type of stuff that we want to see here. And this is why 13 and I do what we do. We want to try and help other people do the same thing. Yeah. It took me 2 years to be consistently profitable. My first couple of weeks of trading, I was up like 10K. I was like, oh, this is going to be awesome. I'm going to get a Lambo. And reality set in shortly after that. Really, this comes down to consistency over a long period of time. And anyone that's been doing this for a long time will tell you the same thing. So really good stuff here, Ken. Glad to hear it.
WCT, this actually did go down to the 160 level, and it's curling back up. I don't know with this volume how much upside we're going to get with this, but so far it did hit that support level that I was looking at, and it is trying to turn around. It's still a big question mark for me. This could lose that 160 level. because the volume's just not enough to, get back up to where VWAP is. And even if we do, there is going to be a good amount of consolidation starting at 205, or maybe somewhere between 205 and $2. So I don't know how much there is. There might be 30 cents that could be captured pretty easily in this, but we would need to see volume expand for more upside than what I'm thinking we might get. Just to point it out there with WC2.
Oh my, you're absolutely right. And oh my God, Wiss, you deserve a shout out here today. You were talking about PDYN when it was setting up right in here in a 240 handle. We are now printing above 3 on a huge pop there. Tracy saying, I wonder if anyone has made as big of a mistake as I have. I would venture a guess, given some of the experience levels of the folks in here. Yes, they have. I have bought a stock that I then thought the story was really good. That stock ended up getting taken out at like 60 cents. It was massive fraud everywhere. Look, we all have taken our lumps, lost 30, 40 grand or something on that. I mean, it was a nightmare. How you get over those big lumps, that's going to define who you are as a trader.
That was a great call on PDYN. This thing it continues to still push up. I have 350 as the next run up target.
Wiss, Banger Fridays with Wiss. That's what we're going to do.
Banger Fridays with
Banger
Wiss.
Fridays with Wiss. That's it. Love it. QSI getting mentioned here. There's a lot of stuff going on here today. Another really good day. QSI, maybe if it moves through here, this needs volume. Smoke tuna, you're all over that.
We're gonna see, I think, a lot of these, obscure penny stock crazy names to start coming up with how rates are getting cut. IWM, we're seeing a rise. We could start to get some I don't want to say volumes, but price action like 2021.
Ondis, you're right about that. Ondis, it's actually printed above 1. Looks like 102 is your high there. Yes, sir. Let's get it. Let's go on a roll here with Ondis. That would really make my holiday season. Let me tell you something. Let's get a 5-figure trade here on ONDS. That would make my holidays pretty amazing.
Thinking about it, PDYN is going up because it is a partner with RedCat.
ARCAT?
Yeah. ARCAT apparently is a partner with
that's
PDYN.
just too good.
So relationship trade, folks.
Stay focused here. Ryan, do you think the market could rip if the treasury pick is announced today? You know what? Yes, I do, because I think that the market is kind of responding to some of these picks. I guess it would depend on who it was. And you might be more up on this than I am. Who's in line for this? I think they talked Wersch or something. They talked about this, I think, this morning on CNBC, but I'll be honest with you, man, I was not fully awake yet, and I might have had only one sip of coffee at that time. So I don't remember. Tracy here saying turned 150K into 25K over 5 years. Yes, that definitely, I guarantee that there's somebody out here that has done that. This is a common thing. In fact, there was a while when I first started working here, people would sometimes ask me, Ryan, what's the quickest way to get to $1 million in trading? And my answer was start with 3 million, because you will end up losing. You will go down to 1 million. The reality here is the big important thing, no matter what these numbers are, 150K, 1 million, 2,000, whatever the numbers are, it doesn't matter. As long as you do not take risk that completely wipes you out, you will always have another opportunity. And if you are using your losses and your mistakes as lessons, you're becoming stronger. This is kind of what Nick is talking about here. Trying to understand that every loss can be a teaching moment is very difficult when it's your own money and there's no one else to blame. This is facts. This is definitely true. And this is part of this game. You go to a 9-to-5 job, you don't ever really lose money. If you show up and do a good job, they just keep paying you. In this job, got to learn how to lose. And in fact, the biggest piece of advice that I got when I was first starting, my buddy who had been doing this for like 10 years prior, he said, Ryan, trust me, you need to learn how to lose money before you learn how to make money. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense at all. And he was right. He was right. Got to learn how to keep the losses small. That's going to allow you to really kind of build on those. And then as you stack gains up over time, you really start to boost your bankroll, if you will.
Christopher Anthony, VUZI, that is moving off of some, looks like a short squeeze that we're getting here with this, because I don't see any news from today. but I see that the short interest is 16% with 13 days to cover. The most recent news is that they had a new set of smart glasses, the Z100s, for $500. I recall when a while back when I looked at this company that they had a set of smart glasses called the Blade, and that was going for like $1,000. So this is a much more affordable option. Vuzi, they make smart glasses. I think this is what Apple should have been doing a long time ago, but now they're not going to have those until 2027. But they basically have these tiny little screens inside the glasses, and they are used for a variety of industrial applications, medical, manufacturing, things of that nature. Pretty interesting stuff.
Stay focused here, saying even the best portfolio managers lose a ton of money, so don't beat yourself up. Facts. Facts. Mark saying, my compliments to you too. Seriously, I could never maintain the calm demeanor you exhibit. I got called a motor mouth yesterday, so I appreciate you being nice to me today. Not always, but often I use some pretty foul language. And hey, Mark, just full disclosure here, there have been a number of times where I forced myself to bite my tongue here because something happened that was, let's call it less than ideal. You're not alone there, man. That's all normal stuff. OMER, Omeros, wow, what a rip here. Didn't have this one on radar at all. Plus 25.5% here.
Take care, Mike.
Good morning, Mike.
Yeah, he said good morning, and then he said have a great week. So good morning. Have a great weekend.
Oh, hello and goodbye. OMER here provides a corporate update on progress towards the BLA resubmission. Okay.
Looks like SPY ran up to just over 596, and then it came back in. Now trading around 594.50. Paladine still pushing. I think we could still see 350.
Izzy, really good question here. Ryan, I have a question. When you buy a stock and it goes down and you hold, it comes back and get out, break even, and it goes higher, I get mad. What do you do? This is actually what just happened here on Archer, right? So this has happened to me a number of times. I bought the stock, I think at like 680 or something ridiculous like that, and it did nothing but go down. So what I did was I added to it, lowered my cost basis, and then I waited for it to just get back up. Now, the key here is that you don't over add. And I believed in the story long term. I knew what was good. 13 and I have been talking about Archer for what feels like years. 13, would you say at this point?
Oh, I've been talking about this since 21.
Yeah. So to me, this was a story that I was kind of already familiar with. And I said, you know what? If I'm patient enough, I will get rewarded here. So let me lower my cost basis a little, not over leverage myself on this loser, and then just when the time presents itself, get out. So I actually sold here for a gain. If it goes higher, it goes higher. If you don't have a price that you like in the stock market, wait 15 minutes and check again.
Yeah, and let's see. Hold it, comes back and get out and break even. It goes higher. So I look and see what I did wrong. Why is it moving now when after I sold? What did I miss? Sometimes, and we've recently been talking about this in Happy Hour, some of these trading platforms are programmed to front run your trades. Sometimes they'll also are programmed to where you'll sell and then they start going. That's not a coincidence. That's actually because they saw you sell. So there are certain pieces of information that some of these platforms are providing to these bigger institutions that are getting in the way of making your trade successful.
Manish wants to take a look at a firm. Oh my God, a firm, almost $69 here. What a move. What a move. I tell you what, the buy now, pay later space has been great. We talked a lot about Sezzle and the home run that Tim Melvin gave out. I saw that Klarna is going to IPO pretty soon. Let me see if I can grab that real fast here. Klarna IPO.
Yeah, it does, loser. Just look how terrible Citadel is. Just look into that company. That'll tell you everything you want to know, and you'll probably hate that you know it. Yeah, Firm. This is getting into a consolidation channel from all the way back in 2021. This is very interesting.
Okay, so there was a November 12th press release from Klarna discussing an IPO, but it didn't provide the key details. So looks like we're actually setting up to get another buy now, pay later in the space. Affirm, this is just an absolute rocket here. This is overbought at this point, 75, 72 on the RSI. Not quite an all-time high. But man, what a move here on Affirm.
Yeah. Thinking about it, did you take back what you said earlier about a boring day in ARCAT? This thing over 9 now. I mean, man, that was a great thinking about
Did
it.
I say it was going to be a boring day?
No. Thinking about it, said it was a boring day in ARCAT. He may have been just being sarcastic.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, it's going over $9, hitting 9.10. That's the high now. This has just been a great mover. Great mover.
Yeah, this is proud of the group for being on this one.
Well, what are we looking at? Yeah, okay, so you were being sarcastic. Gotcha. I kind of thought you were, but at the same time, I was like, he probably was looking for a little bit more. But I think you may have gotten it now. All right, let's see. SoundHound here. This is pushing. Okay, so SoundHound, after it hit 769, it came right back into that this previous level that we've had around 730. Got support from there. Now it's come back up to mess with 769 again. Looks like if we get enough volume, we'll push through that, and we could maybe go up to 875.
SKK here. This on volume kind of popping here went through the VWAP. It's actually through the VWAP on my prop as well. So SKK trying to go here. No position for me.
All right.
Market Sniper is all over it. Anthony, Daniel on it. Okay. SPY's pulling here. NASDAQ is also pulling here. Dow pulling. Everything pulling a little bit. VIX still holding here 1646. So not terrible on the VIX.
Well, so far, SKK not able to get a hold above the VWAP yet. Need better the volume than this. You just see. I think we need to see at least 5 million in order to push through VWAP and go higher. That would be my thought. News on Meta. Is that why we're getting this poll here? Is that the reason?
Let's see. Bring Meta up here. Meta down just under 1% here today. Zuckerberg cracks down on the $64 billion pig butchering scams involving dating apps. What is the news here? Yeah.
Supreme Court fraud suit. Oh, where is that? That must not hit this this news headline or the headline.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see if I can figure something out here for you. Hang on a sec.
All right. Supreme Court declines to rule on Meta shareholder lawsuit.
Is that new? I don't see.
That came out about 20 minutes ago.
Okay, so that's not breaking.
Yeah, but I thought I would have seen it on the news headlines here this morning. Well, anyway, the article here is one from Reuters. And it's just talking about how they are listening to arguments heard on November 6th. They dismissed the Facebook's appeal of lower court's ruling that had allowed a 2018 class action lawsuit led by Amalgamated Bank to proceed. That's the news. SoundHound getting mentioned by Will. Oh, guess what? It broke over that high, 774. Now the new intraday high in SoundHound. There's a big wall at 775 it needs to get through as well.
Ooh. Good call there.
QBTS, new high of day, says Jenks Pheasants.
New Shepherd. You said CNBC is doing a report on it. I looked up CNBC. It looks like it's got a rocket on the screen. Rocket kind of looks like a, well, maybe I shouldn't say it.
Do we need to? Is this an Austin Powers kind of thing that you're referring to?
I think so.
You don't remember that whole segment? Oh man, that was funny.
I mean, okay. So Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin launches 9th human flight. Yeah, no, okay. Now I remember. Okay, yes, it's very much like we're gonna keep it clean here.
Yep.
Wisdom. We were talking about people being high this morning, and look, Wisdom has showed up.
Marcus Sniper also saying that there's fake rumors about BYD taking over NEO. Well, because NEO is the one that loses money and BYD is the one that makes money, right? Is he saying Meta was on CNBC 3 minutes ago?
Oh, okay.
Graydon Brown asking about TGL. Treasure Global Incorporated. This is a penny stock. They have filed to sell 22.5 million shares of stock.
Someone else brought this up the other day. Why? This is a 31-cent penny stock with no volume. What's going on with this? Why are people asking about this?
I don't know what this company does exactly, but it could be one of these mover plays. The float's 11 million, so it could. To me, it looks like this might need to reverse split pretty soon.
I don't see anything going on here even recently in this one. Someone else mentioned this the other day. I opted to just pass on it.
Well, it had earnings earlier this week, and I think because of the size of the EPS beat that it really got a lot of attention. But I don't know enough about this company, but I'm just looking and seeing what's happened recently, and that's the most recent thing that happened. They reported an EPS of negative 35 cents, which is up from negative $7.83. So yes, that's a pretty sizable EPS beat.
And that was November 18th, and on that day that it had that sizable EPS beat, it traded not even 100,000 shares.
So it just wasn't noticed.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's anything going on here with TGL, guys. PDYN looks like this tried to pull back to the VWAP here after that move higher. Ross coming back in after its earnings. CRNC still at the highs. Boy, this thing was under $3 the day before yesterday, and it is already $7.
Wow, Jet AI not having a great day at all. This thing has not found any recovery. This continues to go down.
That's JTAI you're referring to?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
QM. So you guys are mentioning this one. QMCO. This is another quantum name here. This popped into a halt here, 645. This is halted now, 645.
I haven't looked into this, and I'm not sure if this is the reason. I imagine it's that quantum computing is going with the rest of the semis and whatnot, but it seems like they're all moving at the same time for a different reason. Is there something else in the quantum space that I'm just not seeing as to why they're all moving, or is this just because all the other it's all AI and semis and things that's kind of lifting all these? Because it seems like this is a little early for these to be moving. That's just my opinion. I'm really honestly looking for, a better explanation as to why quantum's moving. I just don't think it should be quite yet. Yeah, Wisdom, that's probably what it is. We're about that time too. Black Friday's next week. And, we have Ross and Gap and a bunch of these other retailers guiding higher. So. Unless you're, what was that one retailer that reported like a day or two ago that wasn't looking good?
PDYN on the banger Friday here from WIS. This thing is still printing new highs. I mean, this is wild. 350 looks to be your next spot here. Archer now rolling over 590.
Yeah, 350 is the spot we've been waiting for. You go to a daily chart, you can see that's the high from October 9th.
And it looks like we're getting ready to test that. There is a little bit of size there.
That's what we want. Jonathan Cooper mentioning BTC breaking the 93. I'm sorry, the 98.3K.
We are
barrier.
on the way back up for BTC. This is kind of what I was hoping to see after we saw that pullback here in the morning. That 100K level is in sight.
And there's 350 in PDYN. Tony Tornabine, that they had a quantum conference, and that's why they're so it's just that, because that'll just show you right there the influence NVIDIA has over the market right now. It just has to go to a conference about something.
Tesla calls being bought left and right here. Tesla at highs on volume. Actually, I have kind of a volume pop here. Watch yesterday's intraday high of 348. Tesla.
Yeah, it's probably moving up because of Bitcoin. Remember, they're like, what, the fourth or fifth largest holder?
Yeah, I think they are the fourth. Let's consult the list. Fourth, exactly. 13.
Remember when they were selling their vehicles and they had Bitcoin? They were saying you can buy a Tesla for Bitcoin.
Yeah. I wonder how many people bought Tesla with Bitcoin, because those cars, they made money off that a lot.
Yes, they did. That is absolutely true. All right, so let's look for some levels here in Tesla, because this thing is well, it looks like we're going to the high from yesterday. That was 347.99. Let's call it 348, and we're right about there. I think we actually already touched it. No, there it is. We just passed over it. Okay, so 348. We took out that one. Let's look for another one. That was quick.
QUBT right at VWAP. QBTS, the other quantum name at the highs. QMCO. This is, the new one here.
358.64 is the high from November 11th, and that's the most recent 52-week high. So that's the only other high standing in the way of Tesla making new 52-week highs. So
Tesla continuing to hit new highs here now.
Yeah.
Look at this.
58.64. That's your breakout level. Oh, wisdom hanging you out to dry, man.
What happened?
He just
likes all things Victoria. I'll tell you what, Victoria's Secret. You want to talk about a fall from grace? When I was younger, oh God, Victoria's Secret, like that was awesome.
You got him going, Wisdom.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. Wisdom knew what he was doing. ONDS appearing on the scanner. Let's go.
Rocket Lab again getting mentioned. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a pullback from this. Get a better chart here. So we did have a good open this morning, and that's about as high as we got.
Lower volume. Oh, Mike. Jay mentioning Root here.
Oh, is it finally coming back in?
Root caught a downgrade today. Looking to add, but lower. Huge move in a week. Jay, what level are you looking to add at here in Root? I'd be curious. 85 actually looks like one. 85 to 86.
That's not phasing Carvana, though. They're up with the opposite amount. So Root down about 5%.
So Carvana's diverging here, you're saying?
That's what it looks like. But they also just broke out today from this bull pennant here.
Look at this cup on Carvana.
Yeah, it's making. What is it? Who's trading that one the most? Is it Jay Rice that trades that the most? I mean, it's making his cup run over.
And short interest really kind of came in from those super high levels. Still has some, but is this still squeeze potential? Let's see.
Yeah, I would say
cover. Yeah, I would say so.
It's not the kind of candidate we want to see, but with with how much attention it's getting, it could still continue to squeeze. They also had some news earlier this week that they are planning for an auction and reconditioning mega site in Boston. Mega site, huh? Boozy still grinding higher. So let's see, AI insurance names. You got Lemonade, Root. What about, would you add Ally to that? Or is that more of a bank? That's more of a bank, I think. Yeah.
Good mention here on Amazon. This has been weak all day. This actually looks like this might try and retake 200 where it was rejected earlier. This was a good mention.
Richard.
Take care of yourself, Judge. Good to see you, man. Let me know when you get a chance what you think about the Daniel Jones benching. SMCI reclaiming 34, going for new intraday highs here, up 15% on SMCI.
Did take a look at Ally Financial. This is, it might not be on that same thing with Root and CVNA, but dude, this wants to take out the 200-day SMA.
On which one?
This is Ally Financial.
ALLY, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, sir.
Got a gap fill above that, up at 39.5 too.
Yep, there might be something there. Let's see, who wants to draw a trend line on this? Okay, that's cool. We get a breakout of that, I have an idea where it's going now. DC59 saying Airbnb.
QMCO, we should be getting this open pretty soon, right? That halted. Yeah. 1 minute less. We're here. Should be opening any second now. QMCO. I'm going to just watch it here. I don't have any position into this halt. We are open and higher. It's maybe coming back in.
Airbnb looks like it's going to test the 200-day SMA. That's where it needs to recapture, but it still looks weak. QMCO. Let me take a look here because I want to see if this is going to be one of those halters and rippers. I want to see if we can figure out some levels.
Yeah, it opened higher, 13, came back in, then pushed higher, then came back in again. It is all over the damn place.
Okay.
Right at 7 now.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jay Rice. I don't think Ally is AI. It's just one of those, weird, obscure names that was recently, heavily shorted. I don't think it is now, but it was one of those names that I just had in the back of my head. I was thinking, but probably not in the same thing.
QMCO going to be halted to the downside here.
QMCO halt to the downside.
Yeah,
after
so.
720. Yeah.
Yep. There we go.
Looks like this. Yeah.
REPL, which we talked about earlier, this came back into the VWAP and bounced and is going back to the high. Men of Culture, Ryan Lol. Don't understand the reference there.
I know what he's talking about.
Oh, is that the Victoria's Secret thing?
That's what he's referring to, yes.
Okay.
But that's not what Men of Culture are. I know what Men of Culture are.
You guys are keeping it dirty here today, it seems.
It's I'll explain it to you later. It's not dirty, but
okay.
It can be.
Okay. I don't even know. We'll handle that some other time.
Right. Yeah, it was a bank. That's what I was saying. I was looking at it and I was like, is this even an insurance company? I was like, no, it's maybe a bank. And I think, yeah, for auto loans, exactly. Archer low of day. QMCO, still looking for where this case. So if we
Ally Financial, they have auto insurance, don't they?
Oh, they have well, I thought they were auto loans. This is more of a bank. I thought that was, this was me and Jay Rice.
Ally dealership insurance protection.
So,
I don't know. You guys will figure it out.
No, Tony, it's not. Yeah, for QMCO though, if this is going to have any more upside, it might not turn around right away. It might need maybe 10, 15 minutes or so. But if it gets past that 720 high that it made, I think it could end up landing a high somewhere in the 10 handle. maybe 10 exactly, as high, maybe as high as 1020, but I don't even know if we'll get that. But if we do take that level out that I just mentioned, then the 10 areas where I think that could run to with volume. Okay.
QUBT pushing through the VWAP. How's NVIDIA doing? I feel like it's been a while since we've taken a look at NVIDIA. Oh my God, we only have 13 minutes left before Anne-Marie. Today flew by. Flew by.
What are you going to be talking? What stocks are you going to be talking to her about?
Well, so I know we're going to talk about Deere because she gave out a Deere butterfly that was 60-cent cost. It sold for $245, 308% gain on the Deere one that she just gave out. But I also think that one of the things that we might want to cover here is going to be, let's see, I put it in my notes here real quick. Reddit. Don't you think we should look for a butterfly on Reddit in case this comes in?
I mean, that'll be a question for her, but I mean, I
Well,
think
that's what I'm saying.
it's already started to.
I feel like we can set up a less risky play to capture that movement. That's why I think we'll see. And the Reddit option chains, those look pretty good, don't they?
See what I'm curious to know what she thinks.
Yeah, Reddit option chains are good. So
about
we should be able to we should be able to set up a trade for that.
I would be curious to know what she thinks about Marvell. Remember we talking about how that's
okay. You want me to add Marvell to the list here too? Sure.
Yeah, because that could be one that has a breakout, or remember it's either going to do a scalp or it's going to do a cup and handle. So either it's going to break out and go higher from here, or it's going to pull back, create that handle, and then go higher.
All right. Looks like Archer is pulling here. This is working out perfectly in accordance with my plan for selling above $6 here. So hopefully that comes into a support level and I can reload that. Lion Atlas, Ryan, it's time to grab some shares of Target. That's all you, man. I have no interest in buying Target. I don't like Target. I don't like that CEO. I don't agree with his worldview at all. I don't need to trade that stock. There are other options. But I appreciate you looking out and trying to make me money.
Are you implying I have a tramp stamp wisdom? Look.
What?
He's saying we can find a butterfly on my back bed.
Yeah, I think wisdom double-barreled some blunts this morning before he jumped on. So
oh man, he shotgunned the hell out of him is what he did. Just right to the lung.
ARCAT here, pull back to VWAP and bouncing. Uber has news. Let's check that Uber news. What is that?
Just looking to see.
I don't see any news for Uber.
Zippy Duda had mentioned that QMCO announced they actually performed that 1 for 20 reverse split back on August 27th. But is it another shitco? Well, let's
what did you say?
He's asking if it was a shitco. I don't need to explain what that is.
A shit company?
Yes.
Okay. I was just making sure that's what I heard. Sorry for swearing, but I was just trying to make sure that's what I heard.
I mean, the balance sheet doesn't look great at all. Negative equity, loses millions of dollars a quarter, but it does have revenue. What is? Yeah, I don't know if I would really call it that, but because it's makes money, but it doesn't. It's not profitable. I don't know that I would call it a bad word, but it certainly has some work to do before it looks attractive to me. I mean, it'd be great for an investment, maybe for day trading with this theme that we're on, with 3.4 million shares in the float. Day trade that all day if we get the movement.
LUNR looks like it's trying to break out from yesterday's intraday high. I do see a little size on the level 2 there at 1484 and 1486. Reddit pounded today, down 7%, still up 330% year to date though. On Reddit.
Yes, Jay Rice. I have been seeing a lot. Was it BKNG?
That's
because I was okay. Because I don't have booking on there, but I have Netflix on that list. But I have Berkshire Hathaway as the other one that was moving with those Mag 7s, or not moving, but moving better than the Mag 7s, I should say. But Seems like they're up today actually. But I dropped my Berkshire stake. They haven't really found anything super special they want to put a whole lot of money into. They have a large cash position and been selling Apple, selling Bank of America. They picked up some companies, I remember they picked up a little bit of Ulta. There was another one they did just recently too. I can't remember what it was, but seems like they're just waiting for better opportunities to jump into something, because Buffett's saying a lot of things are overvalued right now. There's no bargains.
Tesla ripping to the highs here. I'll tell you what, this Tesla is probably the best trade of the day here. Absolutely ripping through 350, 353, your high print here. TSLA, CRNC still at the highs as well. And these quantum names, QBTS still at the highs.
White Chocolate Mocha wants us to take a look at F.
Ford?
Yes.
What's happening with Ford today?
I don't know.
Ford's actually trading up back into the 11 handle.
Let me see what a daily chart looks like. Okay, so this is getting back, or trying to get back over that the resistance area around 1120, and I have that marked off just because that was where the price is bouncing off back in that level at that area in 2022. Lost it in 23 and then regained it at the end of the year. Traded above that level for up until July when we got that. I don't remember exactly what the news was back in July, but I think it had a lot to do with the fact that they spent way too much on their EV build out, and that it's costing them money, and they're not profitable. Or I think it had a lot to do with that. Still think Ford is going to end up going lower. I don't like the way the chart formation looks, but recapturing 1120 would be a good first step to nullifying that thought that I have there.
What day in July was that news?
That would have been probably either the 24th or the 25th.
Okay.
It may have been earnings.
Yeah, so the 24th was earnings. That was in the afternoon, and then that bled into the 25th there. That's exactly what that was. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the news is that's driving it today. Yeah. No, that can't be it. UAW makes huge inroads at Ford battery plant. That might be it. That was
CRNC new highs here. Wow.
That was from yesterday. Great time to start nibbling on BITI. QMCO
is it short? BITI. Oh, that's the short Bitcoin. Got you. Jamie Dime, are you playing basically a regression back to the mean? You're just thinking Bitcoin moved too far, too fast. This actually would not be a bad way at all to get yourself exposure to that. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Robert, nice.
Yep, Jonathan Cooper, I think you got that correct. We don't have, and then next week we have a whole bunch of it. Whole bunch of data coming next week.
Lion, thank you. Take care. Have a great weekend.
Take care, Lion. So QMCO open, that's kind of bouncing around between the 9 EMA and VWAP, at least on my chart. MACD looks like it's still indicating that this might roll over. So
it's going to crash much faster than it's been going up. Oh, I love it. I love how much of a battleground Bitcoin still is.
Mm-hmm. QMCO actually pushing up, so maybe not rolling over. It needs to get back above 720. That's the intraday high. PDYN, after hitting 350 and pulling back a little bit, it looks like it was just trying to move back up again. Volume's a little bit lower though, so this may end up losing VWAP. Be careful here with PDYN. Archer 574 bounce. Sorry, what?
This is how we wind out a Friday on this show. This was the greatest week of trading by far I've ever had. You know what? One up for you. You just leveled up. Everyone have a great weekend, and I'll see you Monday. We'll be here Monday. You have yourself a great weekend.
Great job and take care, Sideshow.
Yeah,
We'll see you on
great
Monday.
job. Absolutely. It's awesome that that happened right before Thanksgiving. I am so excited for Thanksgiving. My God.
Oh, Jay Diamond mentioning 52-week high in Lunar. It's making some moves.
That went through yesterday's intraday high, didn't it? Yep. Yes, it did.
Yes, that was 1475. We're at a new intraday or new high of 1493. The next upside level I have here is 1620.
Jerry, thank you. And I thank you for the kind words here. Don't forget, folks, not just Jerry, but everyone else. We are always open to feedback here. Let me know how we can bring more value to you, whether it's a guest like Anne-Marie, a guest like Tim, jokes, I mean, trading ideas. It doesn't matter. You tell us how we can make this better, and we'll go ahead and do that. I will say that the production team is working hard behind the scenes. You don't see them every day, but they're working hard to give us some better stuff for on-screen presentation here. So
thank you, Jay Michael. Thank you, Manish. Appreciate you guys' comments.
Yeah.
And yeah, Lunar, I think as we get a break of 50, I don't want to speculate. It's got a ways to go to 1620, but it could do it. It just needs to continue, maintain the volume, and I'm not sure we'll see that, but there's still plenty of day left. Still plenty of day.
Looks like Pretty Cat just woke up from his nap. He looks tired. Ooh, well, QMCO, did this bounce? Yeah, this bounced and went right back above 6.
Yeah, it's trying to still recapture VWAP.
Michelle, you're so good. Maybe some more space for sector ETFs if possible. That is a good idea. That is a really good idea. Sector ETF coverage. Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah. I think that's something that we wanted to put in, or that's what when I sent you that Slack message, that was one of the things that we want to do is, absolutely, Michelle. We want to get some sector ETF stuff in there. Yeah.
And this might be one way that we can take a look at it. So here we go. We actually have a preset in Benzinga Pro for a sector overview, which basically draws you a heat map off these different tradable ETFs. Maybe we can kind of use this as a base to kind of dig into some of those sectors here. So I do have some stuff already prepared for this. Michelle, this is a really good idea. Thanks from Italy. Here, Italy is gorgeous. You need some amazing food over there. So thank you. All right, 13. It's 10. It's 11. Boy, I'm really mixed up here. It's 11. We got to roll. It's time to make way for Anne-Marie. Any closing thoughts here for the group?
Great job this week, folks. It sounds like everybody was really having a great time and doing well with their accounts. I love to hear it. Let's see if we can do some more of that on Monday. QMCO still looking like this is pushing. So if you want to keep an eye on that, there you go. But here comes Anne-Marie to give you some options trades. I'll see you folks on Monday.
All right. Awesome work. As always, 13. Have a great one. Him leaving leaves room for the one and only Anne-Marie. Let's go ahead and bring her on. Anne-Marie, happy Friday. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
We're doing really, really good. We have had an awesome week, and it sounds like perhaps even more importantly, our group has had an awesome week. Let's just kick it right off with Deere because you got more positive comments from the chat here this morning. I know Tom took your Deere trade that you gave out here. Just an absolute massive winner. What do you got for us today?
Well, I wanted to show you the Deere break. It's sitting right at the top of that range. It should pull back a little bit. We've got a couple of weeks before those options expire. If you didn't get that one, it's the 425, 435, 445. It was worth about 250 today, but Deere is moving. Chances are people who were short at this 425 area are actually trying to cover. Looks a little bit squeezy to me. And I think there's room for it to hold at this range and then come back and just choke around our level of interest and give us more opportunities to cover it. But if you are nervous about your profit, it's got about 130% left on it. If you covered yesterday, it was going right at about 420%. And so, you know, it was a nice trade. It was a nice trade. We also had, yeah, go ahead.
This was an absolute banger. This was an absolute banger. And I'm sorry. I know we do a lot on content here, but I have to give you a plug. Remember, folks, Anne-Marie effectively comes with Benzinga Pro. She has her own chat room in Pro at every level. So you can always trade along with her. And perhaps more importantly, check out her morning and midweek videos, we also talk about quite a bit. So, okay, really good stuff, Anne-Marie. Not to put any more pressure on you, but what do you got for us today?
Well, I do want to say to the folks that have held on to that other massive mover that we had for the put butterfly, this is a good place to cover it because it's right at the sweet spot. This one's up about 450%. And so it's been sweet. It's been really, really sweet. But if you took that one, it is time to cover it. I'll be covering this on the midday money ball for the traders that feel like coming in, and those on the Benzinga Pro platform. You'll be able to watch it anytime you want with the new trades ahead. So today, I thought I'd take a peek at MicroStrategy.
Let's do it. Yes, I was hoping. I have some to suggest here. I was hoping you were going to say MicroStrategy. Giddy up. We're starting off perfect. I got you. You got to wake up pretty early in the morning to get one past Anne-Marie. That is for sure.
All right. So what we see is Bitcoin just shy of $100,000. And we've had a couple of folks have been really nasty to the CEO of MicroStrategy because they feel like, listen, this is a potential dumpster fire, and it is what it's going to be, because these guys are well out of their realm and they continue to buy Bitcoin. And so they become sort of a Bitcoin proxy. So the question is the following. Do we get a shot at that fade that everyone's thinking about? Looks like a low volume node around that 290 zone, or does it rally right back up into old highs? And this is a good space for a butterfly formation. And so I've put three things together for us.
Excellent.
One is a short iron condor that says, hey, listen, we probably won't get back past 520 to 530. And on the flip side, we probably won't break 190 to 180. There, look, why am I looking at MicroStrategy? Have a gander at the implied probabilities. 200%. So people who are YOLOing, they literally, I don't know, they got their little Buddha and some oranges and a lot of incense going. It's going to have to, no disrespect.
None.
I'm just saying, hey, listen, you're praying to the market gods for something like that to happen and you be on the right side of it. And so here is my thought. My thought is, why not position for what we think could happen? And so what we think could happen is that, and let's talk about why, because what I would love more than anything is for us as traders to sit back and go, okay, I see what Anne-Marie's doing, but can I do it myself? This is one of the main reasons I love being part of Benzinga Pro, because I'm here to help traders get better. And so I'm going to delete all these drawings so that you can see what we're looking at next. So this is a daily chart, and for about 6 days, we held a range. And that range was prior to a breakout, right? And that breakout area was about 272. low volume node right at around 300. So that's going to be my sweet spot. The halfback on it will be about 330. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is duplicate it and see what happened when we got to the very top of this box. Notice it broke out and then gapped up and faded. So we're going to duplicate it again to see if what measure. Here's the halfback at 550. It never got there. And 550 is kind of a big fat round number. And we talk about those big fat round numbers a lot. So 2 things we could look at. One, that it really moves up into that space, which I believe it will collapse again. Or 2, it stabilizes and then we move to another space. Now, why do I think it's going to stabilize? Let's have a peek at the weekly chart and see what happens with MicroStrategy once it settles into a base. And this base, look at this. This base was, what is that date? March. Yeah, March all the way to October, and then it ran like a house of fire. So now I'm going to do Fibonacci. And we're going to see that it goes up over the 400. 400 is the highest. Let's put a 500 in there. 3618. No. Let's do this one. Let's do a 5. 5 is up at 610. It stopped really right around 450. Okay, right in the middle of that space. So when the chart moves out like this, it is incredibly rare for it to go up 5x and not begin this retrace down. So we have a couple of choices. It's the time that it takes to get there that's going to be the most interesting. So what I've done, and we can squeak these around a little. If you say to yourself, you know what, I don't like 520. I think it's going to get to the 550. If you're just looking for a very quiet, actually, that looks fantastic. The 550 to 560 has so much vol in it, it's still giving us $3.60 of credit. So to me, that's a very nice sweet spot. You might be saying, Anne-Marie, I want to collect more, and having it drop down into 190 seems really far away because the big fat number of the breakout is 200. Not an unusual thing to say. I totally would agree. So 200 to 190, it gives us about the same amount. And so that's why I wanted to say, hey, listen, you could do it there, but I like the fact that it's giving me almost the same amount and less risk. And so I'm going to go with the less risk event, right?
Sure.
Ooh, yeah. Was that right? Yes. So it's moving around 280 to $3, still well over the 20% that we are looking for. We would normally look for about $2 in a range that's 10 wide, and we have almost 50% more than that. Okay, so I would try to put it in for about $3.
Okay.
Get this, 97% probability that this is a winning trade. So there you have it.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good.
It sounds really good.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's say, hey, listen, I don't want to use the margin required, but I do think it's going to run. What's that going to look like? Maybe you do the 530, 540, 550. Butterfly event on the upside, it's 93 cents for it's $93 for $1,000 of potential upside. So there's a lot going on that you could use there. If you think it's going to fade, you can be conservative. I've got a 20-point spread here. So it's $2,000 for $1.60. But if you said, you know what, Anne-Marie, why don't we use your numbers and look at it from the real breakaway formation and see if it can pull back into those zones? Looks like I still think 300 to 280 is all right. But maybe if you said, let's see if you went to 80 to 270 and you made it half as wide, only you bought twice as many, 28 cents. Not bad. Not bad for the motion there. I love this setup happening in MicroStrategy right now because it absolutely could fall off a cliff. It absolutely could run to the top. And so January gives us enough time. We'll be able to wash, rinse, repeat in this formation quite a bit. The one thing I do have to warn you is you can't take both of them unless you adjust the strikes here, making this just a little bit wider or a little bit narrower because the calls dip into this 550 area and we need to be long the 550 calls to protect ourselves.
Okay, so you can't take both of them in turn. You can't take the butterflies and the condor, but you can take both of those butterflies if you want to go that route.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and
okay.
You could take the iron condor if you just adjusted the strikes either down further away and outside of this formation or up further inside the formation. So you might want to do a 510, 520 if you want to do that, or a 560, 570.
Gotcha. Okay. Awesome stuff there. That's so great that we got to start with MicroStrategy here. Do you have more that you wanted to go over? I do have two to ask you about.
Yes. Bring it.
First one is going to be Reddit, RDDT. And I did check the option chain on this one. It should be liquid enough to come up with something.
What?
Look at the move that this thing has made. Reddit, yes. The message board, yes.
How do they make money?
I'm not sure.
Oh, wow.
I mean, what a to borrow your parlance here, or parlance of Reddit, what a savage move to the upside here. I almost wonder if we can't get some type of regression to the mean.
Oh, yes. Plus, it's a 361. It's a 3.618, which is very customary, and it's come right off of the big fat round number of 150. I like this reversion trade into a high volume node. Let's anticipate that it comes into 135. Let's pull it into the body here. Yeah. Maybe 125 to 135 to 125 on the put side. Let's see. Let's go to Jan. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, not even. Let's go to Jan. 135 to 125 to 115. Expensive if we're just looking for the fade, but we could do, let's see what a 1/3/2 would be. So we do 125. And then instead, we make this 120 and we buy two of them. Whoops. Good grief. Operator error, as always.
Well, at least you didn't get
135, 125, 1/3/2. 10 cents. Me likey.
Yeah, I'd say. Let me screen grab that. So real quickly here, because I know some of the folks are having trouble with the numbers here. For the Reddit trade, this first put butterfly that she has, it's a 1x3x2, and the strikes here are 135, 125, and 120.
Yep. So the storyboard is you want it to fall as close to 125 without dipping to 120, right? And so that is El Cheapo. That's fantastico, actually. I love it. I got to write that one down. Excellent. Okay. What do we have next?
I've got another one for you.
Yeah,
If you want.
ready.
Marvell.
Love it.
Ticker MRVL.
Okay. So what do these guys do?
They're a semiconductor company.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Chips. Okay.
Chips.
Let's take a look. Look at this. It's taken them 2021, almost 3 years for them to recapture this old area. So what kind of things normally happen in this kind of motion? Hard to say, but here's what we do see. We see that everyone holds themselves in this range. They all agree, buyers, hey, we'll buy it up down here, we'll sell it up here, we'll buy it down here, we'll sell it up here. And then we had the breakaway. Oh, shocking. What do you know?
It's almost like that was perfect.
Okay, so it's been a long week. So here's what's happening. At the halfback, they're finding buyers. So when are earnings?
I can get that for you here.
12.3 is what I see here. What do you see?
You're way faster than I am. I don't have the screens pulled up here because I'm actually watching you. Earnings here, 12.3 confirmed after market close.
All right. So got a couple of weeks here. Let's see where the traders are putting themselves. Pretty solid vol. It's not bad. Way more calls than puts. Let's see what a measured move would be. Let's go to a daily. Oh, crud sickles. I got stopped out of a short in the NQ and it turned around, went right back to where I want to be.
I flushed the stop. I hate that.
Man. Okay, so what do we see? We see an inverted head and shoulders pattern, sort of. You don't want to meet this person on the street. They'd be hideous. And so, wow, that was harsh. I shouldn't have said that.
I mean, that was hilarious. I'll be honest with you. That was hilarious.
So if we take a look at this pattern and we say, all right, inverted head and shoulders, peak to trough, that's really wide. We're looking at 50 all the way to 77, so $27. $97 was where we sort of had that first space, but if it took the entire range of the neckline, counting this one, let's not count it. Let's count 75. That seems more reasonable, right? Let's say this is the range here, because the neck is really over here as opposed to this breakout area. And so that range becomes 50 to 75. That's $25 above the neckline. That gives us a test of 100 and then a fade. So what to do? let's say it breaks away with this kind of motion. If it breaks away, it's likely to collapse. And so if we stare down that likelihood of collapse, we can do a couple of things. We can expect it to come back and retest somewhere around the neckline or the breakout area. Heavy congestion, 85 to maybe 75. All right, so let's build the down formation first. 85. Very expensive. 75. I think this is worth a 1 by 3 by 2. Still expensive for that downside, right? If you want to tighten it up a little bit, you could, but that's what the data is telling us. 85 to 75, probably the sweet spot there, unless something really bad happens, and then it could go to 68. But that's what I'm thinking from the put side. The call side, you know what? Let's try January. Whoa, even more expensive.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So people are pricing in a fade here potentially. If we went 80 to 70 to 65, only a couple of pennies less. So they're banking on some kind of fade. All right, let's say it moves to the upside. Let's do 100, 110, 120. Yeah, these are expensive for the range of motion that is expected. Now, here's the thing. If the wheels come off the bus, here is the last couple of earnings. Let's stare it down. It went from 85
64.
2 weeks later to 64. That's a $24 move or $20 move, right?
21,
So
yeah.
let's see what happened the next time. It went from 77 to 69, $8 or $9 move. Over here, it went from 78 to 65, $13 move. So, yeah, these are well priced. These are well priced in terms of motion. I don't know that we can get them any cheaper. Let's see if 115 works. Hang on. And let's do a 1 by 3 by 2. Let's sell another 110 and buy another 115. Yeah, they've got them priced well. They've got them priced fairly. I don't think there's any exploitation here that we can do, unless you're planning on YOLOing, and then you can buy yourself a condor if you like. What a condor is, well, you can buy an iron condor, and so that iron condor, maybe you go. Let's say you're looking for something really big to happen. You can buy the 75 and sell the 70. That's 37 cents. Or you can buy the 115 and sell the 120. That would cost 66 cents. And it would give you the potential for $4.54.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not bad in terms of potential.
No,
Okay.
not bad at all. Not bad at all. The delta on it is very low, so it would be a YOLO. It would be just like buying a butterfly and going, all right, this is it. I can make $451, $54, or it could just go to nothing. Let's see if January gives us a better shot.
Okay.
No, twice as much. Almost twice as much. So there you go. From an earnings perspective.
Okay. We've got just under 3 minutes here. Looks like we've got about 2 minutes. Is there anything else that you want to cover in that short amount of time? Do you have anything else quick we can go over here? We do have somebody behind us this time, so we got to be respectful.
I do not, and I love being respectful of others, but I also love spending time with you. So
yeah, I was going to say it's a win-win, right? It's a win-win. We treat others well, or we spend time together. It's always fun. One stock that we did see moving here was Tesla. I know we've talked about Tesla a lot. You might actually have an open trade on Tesla. I can't remember.
We do. But it's well out. No, this is not the one we have right now. We do have updraft here. There are, this one is so long in the tooth. Everybody thinks it's going to 400. Maybe Monday. See, here's the thing that bothers me. See this collapsing volume?
Yeah.
I think this is a short squeeze. So what I want to see what happens here in this topping formation.
Okay.
So Monday might give us a really good surprise.
Okay, so maybe that's
Tuesday,
I was going to say maybe that's something to check in on Tuesday, and then look ahead to next week.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to actually have to check with the show's team. So Tuesday, we're definitely going to have a show. I don't know what your availability is for Friday, which is only a half day in the market.
I can do it.
Okay, so can I, and I'm going to be here for the morning anyway. So I guess we might for right now, we'll go ahead and just say that we are going to do that on Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. Perfect. But folks, subject to change there. Let me check with the show's team. We're definitely going to be here on Tuesday, and we'll update you on Tuesday for that.
Sounds great.
Okay. Zunaid, there he is. He's walking his steps at his desk. You just love to see that. Zunaid, I got a quick question here. Did you see the report recently that standing might not be good for you?
At this point, I don't know if breathing.
That was the exact reaction I had. I'm not even going to let you finish because
I don't know.
It's like sitting is bad for you. Now standing is bad for you. Would you just pick one for heaven's sakes? I mean, I'm going to do both, but pick one.
Ridiculous.
Just absolutely ridiculous. Broccoli causes cancer, prevents cancer. Coffee is bad for you, but then it prevents Alzheimer's. I mean, for heaven's sakes, guys, figure it out. Get it together.
It's like one.
Everything in moderation.
There you go. That's what my dad used to say, Anne Marie. We're going to go with that.
There we go. All right. Appreciate you all. And we'll see you next Tuesday, Anne Marie. Ryan, we'll see you Monday.
Take care, everybody. Have a great weekend.
All right. Jay said, what about leaning? Well, only if you lean to the right. If you lean to the left, and no, I'm not being political. I just mean, okay, you know what? Let's just move on. All right, Sandra, give me a thumbs up when you're ready to go. What do you think? Is leaning okay?
I didn't even catch what the beginning of that story
It's just a bunch of studies that say like, standing up is good for you, so you're not always sitting on your computer. But then it's like, but Ryan was mentioning where it's like, no, but standing now is bad for you as well. And it's just like, okay,
are you serious?
What can we do? Can we breathe? What are we allowed to do for good health? I don't know. I know what we are allowed to do though is talk about some tickers. So give us some insights on what's coming up with your show.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Amazon, Boeing, and Nike, as well as UPS. Let's take a look at that for the Santa Rally.
All right, you got it. This is Options Trading Made Simple with Sandy.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Good morning, Benzinga. How are you guys doing today? Hoping that you've had a nice week trading. Let's take a look at some charts and see what we can do. So the first thing I want to go over is AMD. So we were looking for AMD actually to break further down, but instead what it did is it actually just consolidated. So this morning we hit our 50% loss on a put debit spread is what we took. We did get a little momentum for one day, but it popped back up and just has been consolidating. Now, we had this on for next Friday, but my rules are on a debit spread is that as soon as your stop loss is hit, I'm out of that trade. It didn't work out in the time frame that I gave it. And so because it hit my stop loss first before the expiry, I'm out of the trade. As I take a look at AMD, you can see that we had a high, a low, a lower high, a lower low, lower high, lower low, was looking for, right, this being maybe the lower high and then possibly a breakdown. But instead, because of this consolidation, and momentum you can see is rising. I don't know if it's going to get enough juice to actually go long here, but I could see this playing out to a consolidation area for probably a little bit. And so because it's not falling, it wasn't really reaching our target. And so it looks like it's a little on the move right now, but I don't think it's enough juice to keep it going. Oh, you never know, huh? If we can break this 5-minute pivot low, we could probably go lower. But now that I'm out of that trade, I typically don't come back and reanalyze it until there's another setup. So I'm going to wait for that. Let's take a look at the major indices and see where we're at. So right now, SPY, if we look at this on a daily chart, you can actually see the momentum coming down and then actually cresting right here at the 0 level and coming back up. This actually looks good for possibly a double top, and then we'll see if it breaks the top, right? So we either have this, high, low, a higher high, a higher low. Can we make a higher high? And so that's the question right here that remains. We're above the 20 on a daily. We're cresting and staying above the 0 line. It actually is a nice setup for a long, but we've just been consolidating today, really going kind of nowhere. As you can see, we're up 44 cents on SPY. Let's take a look at the Qs. The Qs, you can see kind of a weaker pattern here with the momentum, but it's staying close to the 0 line. So we're really just consolidating in this area for quite a long time. You can see all week we've just kind of been hanging out at the last pivot high on a daily. So really looking for either a break above or a breakdown. And you can see where the consolidation bands are here, just kind of identifying on a daily time frame where this consolidation has been. So really kind of looking for a break above 515 for a continued bullishness or a break below 483. That's a lot of room here on a daily chart. If we go to maybe a 4-hour, you can see where, we kind of crested here with consolidation at the last previous high, came back down, and it looks like it wants to break back up again to maybe possibly do a double top. I don't know. We'll see. This one looks a little weaker to me. And you can see, by the way, today, we've only moved about $1. Let's take a look at DIA. Now, DIA looks really strong here, right? We're up $2.42 today, and we're just coming up to some resistance right here. This actually, look at this great gap right here. We actually looked like we were going to come and fill that gap, but we did not. And now we're sitting here at resistance. If we can break above this resistance line here at 444, we could actually go higher and again do either a double top, or we're going to break the top and go higher, right? So we have a high, low, a higher low, and we're really looking for either a double top or break the top, and we have a new high. You could see the momentum is actually positive on DIA. This actually looks good for Thanksgiving week. This is when we have all the specials, Black Friday. So typically speaking, everyone knows about the Santa rally. So you're really looking at a shift from spying the QQQs to DIA IWM. And so that's why I really wanted to take a look at like some names like you got, let's see here. Let's take a look. We got Boeing for travel coming up for the holidays. We got Nike for Christmas. How about UPS? A lot of flow coming into UPS. So as you start to think about seasonality, start thinking about, what ETFs really carry the stocks that are seasonal for this marketplace. And if you do that, you can kind of just keep your, finger on the pulse of what might be happening in the economy and where money is shifting to from the institutions. So I do like to look at institutional flow to see where money is going. And right now I saw some money going into UPS and I thought, it's been consolidating here for a while. It actually looks pretty good. You could see it's been doing absolutely nothing for a while, but it really needs to break above this 135 level, 135.31 to get to the next level, right? And you can see where it's amazing how these pivot lines, not the pivot line, but the vertical trend line here, how it's just following that. It hit it here, it hit it here. It stays within this wedge. Look at that, perfectly stays within this wedge, comes back down. So now that we're here and we've done a double bottom, usually you either get a double top or you get a double bottom when there's going to be like some momentum happening for the opposite trend. So here you can see, we had a low and a high. We come back and do this double bottom on a daily time frame, come back and we check it again. So it's like, how many times can we hit this level and it not break? That's basically what price action is telling you. So we hit it 3 times now. Are we going to break this previous high here of the week? And so if we can break this 135.44, by the way, you can automate that, 135.44. Let's do that. That could be fun. So let's see. This candle high here is 135.31. So if we go over to our trade tab as an example, and we take a 7-day out UPS call, and we right click that and say buy a custom order, we could say buy a custom order, let's see here, with an OCO. And so now what we do is we have a call and we have a limit order ready for a take profit. And then we also have a stop loss ready for us to get out of this position if we don't like it, if it hits our risk parameters. So from here, what we're going to do, I want to make sure that you can see this because I know that sometimes you don't. So let me see if I can change my window. Can I change my window? I think I got to go back to StreamYard and see if I can change my window here. It's too bad. I just got out of that. So let's try this again. Share screen. There's my window. It's too bad I can't get both of them on one. So now we're on our order rules, right? So this, in Thinkorswim, by the way, this is Thinkorswim via Schwab. Here you can see that what you want to do is always fill out your conditions before you do this. So because we have a stock price in mind to get into this call, we could say, okay, we're going to fill this out before we come up here, because this is really all about option pricing, right? And from option pricing, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to do it by the stock price. So if we go over here and we say, hey, I want to buy a call, you're going to leave this to the default setting of mark. And these triggers are interesting. If you're not used to these triggers, it's greater or equal to, right? This one is less than or equal to, and this one is greater than or equal to. So here we want to use the greater than or equal to. Now, if you get mixed up over here, what you can do is just come right down here at the bottom and you can read it. It says the market price of the security is greater or equal to. So that's perfect. That's what we needed, right? And what did we say that stock price was going to be? Let's just put it at 135. For UPS. If we say 135, And you can customize that, of course. If you look at the chart, you see that one previous pivot high. If it's a little higher, you could do it there. But what you want to do is you want to set your stop price here. And now you come over to your limit area and you say, you know what, I'm going to buy the ask and I'm not going to give you any more for it. So you either have the ask or the bid, right? Typically speaking, you know, if you want to get into a stock right away, that's pretty fast, you're going to do buy the ask. You want to sell something pretty fast, then you sell the bid. So if you could remember that or jot it down on a notebook, and the reason I say this is because I had that when I was a new trader. I had that on a notebook for years. Buy the ask, sell the bid. And then here we're going to say good till cancel, because we don't really know, right, when the stock price is going to hit 135. Now, we bought an option for next Friday. So this could, you know, hit any time between Monday and Friday. And by the way, because this could get me in on Monday and get me out on Monday, you want to make sure that, you know, you're using a cash account so that if it acts as a day trade, that, you know, you're not going to be penalized, right? So just think of that as well, because I get those questions quite a bit. So we got UPS. This is a method as default. Greater or equal to 135, and that's going to get me in the call. Now, the thing that it's connected to are these two orders, and we call this a first triggers an OCO. Why is that called that? Well, one cancels the other out is what OCO means. So your first trigger is your buy, and then now we have a limit order, right? Now, our limit order is to take profit. So we can actually go over to the chart. Let me make sure that you're off of that screen, because I always forget that I can't do this on. Oh, yeah, it did take me out. Shoot. Share the screen. I'm going to have to practice this and see how I can get both of those screens on here so you can see it. But so we said 135. You know what? I like 135. That's fine. So if we break above 135, where are we headed to? Well, we're certainly going to be heading right. You could just look left here. You got 135.65. You got about 140. I like the 140 area for this. So because this is going to be a weekly trade, and it's because it's a swing trade and not a day trade, I'm looking for a bigger target on this. So if I say to myself, okay, I want to take a profit at 140, where is my stop loss going to be? And I can actually use my stop loss as my trigger, which is at the 135. And I can just say, hey, if it goes to 135 and then does a U-turn to, let's say, 134.75, I can make it really tight like that and say, get me out if I don't have any momentum behind me to take me to the target. Then I want to just get out, because then I know that it's still consolidating in this area and doesn't have enough juice to get me to where I'm going. So I could limit my losses with just that 25 cents. Okay. So let's do that, or $25. So let me go ahead and get to that screen again. If we come right over here and we go over to the gear icon for the limit order, let me share that screen with you. Can I share my screen with you? Boy, that's such a pain in the arse. Hold on for just a second. Let me see if I can do it. If I say stop share, present. There we go. You still can't see it. One more time. How many times do I get here, Zunaid? All right, this is it. Okay, so now this is my limit order, okay, to take profit. Sorry, guys, it's just me and StreamYard. I can't seem to get these, you know how on Thinkorswim, when you put up your order rules, for whatever reason, it's like it's another screen that you guys can't see. So I always have to get out of this. Now, remember, this is going to be my take profit at 140. So we're going to just click right here. You never even know there were any boxes if I didn't show you this. So you got UPS, mark is fine. And we're going to say greater than or equal to. You could look right here. And then I'm going to say a 140 is my take profit. I'm going to tab out of that box. So now you can see that. We're going to come up here and do a sell the bid. And always remember, it's too bad, when TDA went to Schwab, you used to be able to just click bid and this would always be 00. Now all of a sudden, like something pops up. You want to make sure as an automator, if you're automating your trades, that is 00. You're like, hey, I'll sell the bid and that's an aggressive seller, but I'm not going to like give you more money to sell this. Okay. You could just use a market order if you wanted to do that. You're going to make sure that this is good till cancel. And now we have our profit taking. So all you got to do is just save this. Great. Let me make sure we're back in present mode here. If nothing else, I'll get better at using these tools. Geez, Louisa. So now we're going to do our stop loss. So now I want to let you know that for Thinkorswim and most platforms, any stop you use is a market order. Okay, any stop. So if you use a trail stop, a limit stop, they're all market orders. So just remember that. So what I'm going to do here is remember that you could do this by stock price or option price, but I wanted to show you how to program this so that you can do it in the future. So let me see if I can stop share, get to that screen again. Here's the order rules. Okay, so here is our stop. So we're going to do the same thing here as we did on all of them. You do one of these orders or two of these orders on a simulation platform, and you're going to be an expert at this in no time, okay? So you're going to, and by the way, I have a YouTube channel that has a lot of automation of videos. It's Trading Made Simple with Sandra. So check that out. So you're going to do UPS, mark. Now this is going to be, we're going to trigger this below or equal to, right? So if it goes to 135 as an example, triggers me into the trade, and then all of a sudden starts to do a U-turn, I want to get out. Because really what I'm looking for on a swing trade is momentum, like a wave, to be behind me so that it takes me directly to my target. If it has a couple days, that's fine. But I really want the oomph, because that's when you know that the institutions, there might be some resistance there, but the institutions are all in, right? And so then you have this push because all of the automations are triggering. And that's what I'm really looking for. So I don't want a big loss on these types of automated trades. So here now, what's my threshold going to be? We talked about 134.75, giving this 25 cents or $25 to see if it's got enough oomph to take me to the target. So now if you look here, you can see that it says the mark price of the security is less than or equal to 134.75. If it is, get me out with a small loss. Now remember, because we're not dealing with an option price, and we don't know what the option price is going to be when all of this happens, because we don't know if this is going to happen on Monday or Wednesday or even, Thursday or Friday, right? So we want this to say sell. We could do sell the bid. It's always a market order anyway, but remember, you're not going to give them any more money to do this. You tab out of the box, you say good till cancel, and you save it. Now, let me make sure we're back on, now that I'm getting a little bit better at this. Share the screen. All right, now that we are back in Thinkorswim, we have our order set. And if I hit the confirm box, I got to show it to you again. Hold on for just a second. StreamYard. Oh, my Lord. There's got to be an easier way, Zunaid. You're going to teach me in the near future how to do this so I could do this more often. I don't do it because I know how this is. And so it almost scares me. All right. So we're going to, now when you look at the confirm order box here, you got buy one call. And it's going to be for November 29th. It's a 135 call for UPS. Mark at or above 135. Excellent. So that's in $1. Now it says for my limit, if it gets to 140 or above, exit me with my profit, right? And then if it shoots below 134 after it triggers me in and starts to make a U-turn and come back to the 134.75 level, get me out. And this is how you would automate your trade. I'm going to send that in. And let me get back to presenting here. All right. So now you have your order in and it's ready to rock and roll. And you can see that it's on here on the chart itself. It's letting you know there's an order in waiting, right? So you could do this. In fact, we teach a class, a master class. We call it autopilot passive trading system. And the reason why it can be passive trading, because you're setting up and passive income, right? If you end up hitting your targets, you can actually make some money doing this. So the deal is that we try to, really have people concentrate more on swing trades than we do on day trades. Because of the bigger targets, you can actually make a little bit more money here for a swing versus a day. When you're trading manually, you have all your emotions, right, that are connected to watching the screen on a really small time frame. And when you do that, there's a lot of fake outs that happen, or maybe, you bought a call as an example, and yet price is just going sideways because, oftentimes if you don't get it right at the open, the first 90 minutes, during the day, you have a lot of consolidation, and then everyone looks at the market for the last hour, for power hour, to see if there's going to be any volatility, because, day traders really like that volatility. The nice thing about a swing trade is you could keep that on for a week, knowing exactly where your stop loss is, as well as your take profit. And so these types of ways to utilize your own platform is in a masterclass called Autopilot. You could get to it by going to tradingmadesimple.org/autopilot. And you can learn more about it. But it's a very popular course. It's one of the first courses that our coaches teach at tradingmadesimple.org. And we really want people to utilize not manually trading, but automating their trades. Because if you're a beginner trader, you're going to be surprised how many tools are on your platform to help you with automation, number one. And number two, you don't have to be an expert chart analysis person to be able to trade. All the platforms have support and resistance levels. In fact, we give you an indicator that actually shows you where your trigger levels are for your calls as well as your puts, and where your targets are, so that I don't have to just look at the chart, take a look to the left, see where the prior high is, and do all of this other stuff. Sometimes, that can get confusing to people. So what we did is created a very simple system that anybody can do, even if you're a brand new trader, to automate your trades on the weekend. Let them go. And we do this, by the way, all on a simulated platform until you actually feel confident with your own skills. So that's really important, is not to ever use your capital if you're not confident with your own trading skills. And because this strategy is specific to automation, we want you to be a confident automator, right? So we want you to get in there on a simulated platform and practice these trades. We really like our members to have at least 30 triggered trades, which means that the automation actually triggered, so that you could evaluate your automation process. So it's really one of the coolest things I ever did was learn automation on Thinkorswim. It took me a while. But after I learned it and I put my first trade in, and I have to tell you, I sought out automation on my own years ago. And the reason is because I live in Southern California and it's really early here. It's 6:30 when the market opens. And so because it's so early, I wanted to sleep in. I just was tired of doing my homework the night before and then, waiting that next day. Waiting to do absolutely nothing, really. I was like, isn't there an easier way to do this? So my first trade was on Lululemon. I made over $800 on that trade overnight, slept in, woke up in a panic because I had to run to my platform to see what in the world happened with my first trade. And that was it. As soon as I did it, it was like such an eye opener that, wow, You can do your homework either the night before, or we teach our members to do it for the week on the weekend, so you don't have to be a professional trader. You don't have to be staring at your screens all day, and you let those trades run. And it's been very, very successful for our members. So if you want to check that out, tradingmadesimple.org /autopilot, and take a look. So I hope doing this automation with you today was helpful. I hope that if anything, that it gets you more interested in actually using your platform to the fullest, right? So because we have these tools. All right, let's take a look at Amazon real quick. So this was a good trade. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens next week on that one. And we'll leave that in there. That'll be our trade for today, for next Friday. Looking at Amazon, this is on a 5-minute. So let's take a look on a daily. All right, breaking out of consolidation, good sign, making a higher high, right? We were at a double top here, making a higher high here, coming down. This right here is on a daily is our pivot high, right? So that was our last, you can see right over here, that was our last high. So if we maintain support right here and we don't break below it, okay, we could go sideways for a while. But if we take a bounce here, this will be a really nice entry point. But you can see that momentum right now is actually speeding through the 100 level. This to me means we could have a possibility where we break below this and actually go to this next support level. But we'll take a look. Oftentimes where we have support and resistance, they serve as fake out zones. And the more you recognize this, the more you won't get too upset about it. So whenever we get to support or resistance, it's always a fake out zone. And I always like to see one candle that's either above it or below it. So here I'm looking for a green candle, right? A bullish candle above this level to say, okay, we're heading in the right direction. We've done a bounce and we're not on top of it. I don't want to be on top of this level like this. See this candle right here, how it's laying on top of it? This is a great confirmation candle right here. We go up, we go down, we go up, and then it comes down and it lays on top of it. This is the candle that I'm looking for to go long, because here you have, okay, we tested it, we didn't break below it, and now we have a green candle, which is a bullish candle. And what direction are we going? We're going to make a higher high. And so then you could be in this trade, right? And so those are a couple things that I personally look at when I take a look at a chart. But the nice thing about autopilot is that you don't have to be an expert at all of this chart analysis and support and resistance levels and what you're looking for. We're simply saying, hey, look, you break above a point of control and you're heading higher for the calls. And if you break below point of control, you're going lower to the next support level. And so if you can make it that simple and create a system of that, you never know, could really help you out.
All right. Appreciate the insights there. And yeah, it's always good to kind of, whether you're going to the gym or you're waking up a little later because you're on the West Coast, always good to get your orders, limits, stops, all that good stuff in as well. We appreciate your time. And of course, we put your website out there, your YouTube channel. You can go ahead and check her out more on tradingmadesimple.org /autopilot if you want to check that out. Where else can they find you on the Twitter side?
Oh, on Twitter, options_Sandy.
All right. Appreciate your time as always. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, this was fun. Have a great weekend, guys. Bye-bye. And by the way, nice call on the fight. That was fun to watch.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that was fun to watch.
It was fun
I
to watch.
really liked the girls' fight. I thought the girls' fight was awesome.
I don't know how they do it. You could just, a paper cut would get me to tap out. So props to all the fighters out there. It was incredible.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. All right. Bye-bye.